Ready? Okay. A very good morning to everyone present here. I'm Sarvi Jain, a research scholar at the Department of Architecture and Planning, Man, Bhopal. And on behalf of the entire team, I'd like to extend my warm welcome to our experts. Foreign expert, Dr. Rafiq Hamdi, expert speaker for the day, Dr. Divya Sharma, faculty, and all the participants in the offline as well as in the online mode. Today we have our day 2 of the session, the course on climate change and urbanization, organized by the Department of Architecture and Planning and Department of Civil Engineering, Man, Bhopal, by GIAN and Ministry of Education. In order to proceed with the second session course, I'd like to request Surbhi ma'am to kindly facilitate our expert for the day, Divya Sharma. Dr. Divya Sharma is a leading climate expert and the head of the Climate Group's last regional office in India. With over 20 years of experience, she is impactful climate across industry, transport, energy and food systems, focusing on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and ensuring a just transition. She is a team of professionals committed to shaping sustainable solutions by expanding the Climate Group's global membership base through partnerships with business and subnational governments. A recognized leader throughout Dr. Sharma frequently writes and speaks on accelerating climate action and achieving net zero targets. Her advice span across prestigious organizations such as Cities Foundation, Clinton Global Initiative, and the Global Covenant of Mayors on Climate and Energy. She is also a member at the Transition Research Goa and startups like Earth Warriors and Humankind, fostering climate and human-centered design. Trained as an architect and urban planner at Manet, Dr. Sharma has established herself as one of India's foremost in urban climate resilience. She has contributed to landmark projects including the Rockefeller Foundation's Asian Cities Climate Resilience Network and India's Smart City Initiative, where she developed the Smart City Plan and supported the Climate Smart City Initiative under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Dr. Sharma's legacy include founding the Climate Resilience Vertical at the Energy Resource Institute and building global urban policy and portfolio at the Oxford Policy Management. As an academician and a trainer, she shaped postgraduate courses on resilience while collaborating with governments on urban planning. Her dedication, climate action, sustainable development and resilience continues to inspire transformative change globally. With a huge round of applause, I'd like to welcome Dr. Divya Sharma for her presentation.
These are my notes which I will refer from here. You can just tell it. So there are two slides. We will, whenever I start speaking, we can go. Second slide. Tell you when change. Can you all hear me? So it's not started. No, I'm totally. Yeah, got it. I'll have to. No, but I think everyone can hear me. The back, am I loud enough for backbenchers? I'm totally fine. Let me know when I have to start. So how many of you are from MANI in this room? A lot of you. So in that big introduction that I just made, I don't think she meant I have spent half of my life in MANIT. I did my BR, I did my post-graduation from my doctorate from here. So in a long, it feels like a full circle coming together, being here today with you all. So I'm really happy. Alright, so when your Professor Urbi asked me to come here, she asked me to speak about my work that I am doing right. Although the major topic of your training program is climate change and urbanization, and I consider myself to have worked in this area for several years, but my current association with climate group is a bit different. And therefore, you will find what I will say in the next 1 hour or so, you will find it a different world altogether from what you might have been hearing about climate change or urbanization related to cities, built environment, etc., etc. And I think it is good that I am able to speak with you about this side of climate change, because not only for the knowledge side of it, for the training side of it, but also because this is one area that you guys, some of you, might like to explore as your career prospect. It is huge, working with industries on climate change. There's so much more that is happening, which usually we don't come across in terms of our learning. And I would like you to pay attention on the basis of that, because it will be useful for you in understanding how this entire space looks like. So don't restrict yourself to only urbanization or climate change or rural, etc., policy, etc. But there is so much more that is happening at the private sector level also, that I will maybe introduce to you today. Okay, right. There are only 2 slides, and that I have used just to structure my conversation with you today. First is the context, which is what does industry action for climate means. So starting with that, I'll just start with India's journey and India's economic transition. So as we know that we are looking at an economic transition because we want to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047, a developed nation by the year 2047. Besides that, in terms of our climate journey, we have said that we will become net zero country by 2070. So the 2047 is a milestone for India's future, and 2070 is a bigger milestone for India's future. Now what we are seeing in terms of GDP growth is that we will grow 4 times our current GDP of $3 trillion today to $12 trillion by 2050. But by 2030, which is as close as 2030, we want to get to the GDP level of $5 trillion. So from 3 trillion to 5 trillion, we want to do it in the next 5-6 years. And then we want to move towards 12 trillion by 2050. And it is huge. If you look at the graph, if you look at it in the sense of a graph, you will see that there is a steep increase in the GDP that we are looking at. What does it mean for climate? It means that there will be a lot of emissions if we don't look at the greening of our transition story. So one of the estimates says that current GDP emission intensity, if it has to continue business as usual, what is business as usual? जैसे चल रहा है वैसे चल रहा है. No other parameters are employed of greening the transition or renewable energy or decarbonization of industry. If nothing happens, if we go by the way we are going, coal based etc., fossil fuel based etc., then our annual emission will rise to 4 times our emissions now by the year 2070, which means net zero would not be possible. And definitely when we are as a country taking a target of 2070 net zero, the pathways have to start greening from now, from today, and it has to be very, very fast. Now the other thing that we should look into it, so we've looked at GDP, we've looked at our Viksit Bharat dream, we've looked at our 2070 net zero dream, and we are now looking at the vulnerability. We are ranked 7th in the world on the global climate change index, right? So we are country to climate impacts. Each extreme event will take us down many, many years because of the intensity and volume of loss and damage that happens because of climate impacts, right? So it is loss of livelihood, it is loss of infrastructure, it is loss of lives of people. Communities, sectors taken together will be affected by climate impacts in the way we are going. In terms of the targets, of course, there is a Paris Agreement. We have to reduce the intensity of global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. We are very far from that target. We are at 2024 now. 2024 is ending. We have 5-6 years and we have to stop GHG emission, the global warming at that level. So it is a humongous task. And where I am bringing you by saying this is that who will bring in that quick, intensive change in our regime in terms of our development path? Industries. That is where I am bringing you. So that is the role of industries to bring this change very quickly. So what does it mean that industries can bring this change? So we work with very, very big industries. You know, we work with the Mahindras of the world. We work with about 500 big companies influencing 148 markets globally on climate action. And why do we work? Why do we choose as an organization to work with big businesses? So there are two things here, that we work with businesses and we work with big businesses. Why we work with businesses is that industries have a great potential to bring this change because they have the resources and the power and potential to not only influence their process chain, their own operations, but influence the supply chain down the line, influence their ecosystem partners, influence policy for what they want to support that transition to happen, and also influence new markets. So when the big businesses are asking for a change, and I'll give you an example. So for example, if a business says, I will run my entire business on renewable electricity, what would they need? One, they would need to change their entire operations to move from fossil fuel based electricity to renewable based electricity, and therefore they will have to buy renewable electricity. And when they buy renewable electricity, they will go to the market and find renewable electricity, find sellers of renewable electricity, whether it is solar, whether it is wind. What are they doing by doing that? They are actually creating a market because they are demanding for those things. And that is how the market comes together. अगर आप में से जो लोग economics पढ़ रहे हैं, the people who are learning economics, reading economics would know how markets are shaped if there is a demand that is growing. If there is no demand, markets will be still and they will become redundant. That is how things and stuffs and products go out of the market because there is no demand. And slowly and gradually people like us are working towards creating that demand so that new markets are generated. And when new markets generate, new technologies can come in. And when scaling up happens, because market have come in, there is a lot of supply, then the scaling can happen. And when the scaling can happen, then the price of renewables goes down, which is what we want. So that more and more people can take renewables, can start using renewables, because, and that is how it trickles down. If I ask an SME today to change its entire operation to be run by renewable electricity, they can't do it, because it will be very, very heavy on their pockets, because it's expensive at the moment. But the moment a big business starts that process and started influencing the market, the prices will automatically come down. This is our principle. This is the model that on which we work. We create forums and communities of these big businesses through our campaigns, and I'll come to that, so that they are learning from each other, they are teaching each other, and they are creating a community of business practitioners who can influence each other and also bring this wider change. So, this is about what it is. Now, what are those systems where we can bring these changes? Like, what can the business do? Where they do put the dent to make a wider, to scale and make the wider difference. These are the systems with the highest emissions. So, the 4 systems that I have shown there: energy, transport, industries and food. So, when I talk about energy, these are energy intensive industries. These are also industries that use energy. One is they use energy, but they are also very energy intensive businesses or sectors. Second is transport. So, the work that we are doing is to accelerate the transition to zero emission transport. Now, it opens up a Pandora of questions, and we will see if we get some time for you to ask me questions. But when I talk about transport, I'm saying that we have to shift from normal mode of transport to transport that is electric. But there is a caveat. When I say shift from transport that are electric, which is our work, and I'll tell you more about it, I do not mean by any chance that we should not shift or look at sustainable mobility. Sustainable mobility is a very important part of transport, change in the transport sector itself. What does that mean? How is it different from zero emission vehicles? Sustainable mobility means how do you move people? So, it's about shifting from private mode of transport to public mode of transport. It means you should get down the tariffs of mass transportation system. You should manage your transportation system, for example, city transport systems, buses, trains, trams, whatever, run by electricity or zero emission, but also moving down the price so that lot of people can use it, more and more people can use it, right. So, make it accessible for all strata of people, all income group of people to use that transport, right. And also for people who are used to be driving cars and being in cars and having public transport, to appreciate that system. So, those systems, the mass transit systems, have to be extremely infrastructure rich, right, clean, efficient transport system. That is where you might be learning about urban management systems, urban transport management system, use of AI and technology to see that transport is on time, transport has efficiency and all those things. This is all about mobility. And in a nutshell, this is the time that I have for you to talk about mobility. The third is industries. So, industries are at the core of emissions, they are at the core of global warming, and we all know that. There are a lot of industries that are hard to abate sectors like steel, concrete, etc., where decarbonization is extremely important if we want a change to come earlier, but it is extremely difficult also, and I will speak about steel in a while. And the fourth area that we work is on food. And when you listen about food, everyone thinks, food? How can food be carbon intensive? It is very carbon intensive. Agriculture is very energy intensive at the first place. food packaging processing is very carbon intensive, and food transport is very intensive. Food waste again adds to a lot of emissions. So, food, unlike what we might generally think, is one of the highest emitting sectors. So, we are also looking at food. So, what does Climate Group does? So, Climate Group is a not-for-profit organization. We are London-based organization. Our headquarters is in London, and we have 4 regional offices, one in New York, the other one is Beijing, in Amsterdam, the third one, and the fourth and the largest one is in India, which I am looking at. What we do is we work with businesses at one side and we work with subnational governments on the other side. And we do it through these 4 systems, and we do it through our campaigns. So, there are 5 business campaigns and 1 coalition, which is a government coalition. I will talk about it in the last, because I want to only focus on the industry side of it today. So, that is where we are. Our mission is to accelerate climate action fast. It is very simple mission. Climate action, accelerate fast. So, all the messaging that we do with the large businesses, companies, corporates that we work with, we just say do it as fast as you can. Be ambitious about it. So, that is what we do. Now, can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. The first line is our campaigns, why ambition is equal to intent. Sorry? Okay, I can use it, thank you. And this is the last slide, so no problem about it. So, what we do through our campaigns is 4 A's. Our model is based on 4 A's. It is ambition, it is action, it is accountability, and it's advocacy. So, when I say ambition, the companies that take our targets actually take very ambitious targets. So, for example, if a company comes to us and takes our target on or a campaign on renewable electricity, they are actually saying that from now on I will start transitioning my entire processes, industrial processes, to be run by renewable electricity, and I will make it 100% run by renewable electricity by X year. So, that is the target year by which this industry will start changing and then finish. So, by year 2030, for example, I will be a company who runs its entire operation across its processes, across its businesses, and across geographies where they have the presence, to be run by renewable electricity only. Finish. The transition has happened. That is how we work. So, that is about ambition. Unless they give themselves a target year, it is not ambitious enough. Unless they say I will do it 100%, it is not ambitious enough. Because hey, IPCC reports, you know where this is going, climate impacts. You can also, by the way, ask me any questions. If there is any burning question, just raise your hand and ask me any question at any point of time. Otherwise, I will give you 5 to 7 minutes at the end. I hope I can give some time for questions. In that case, you can also keep writing your questions. And don't think that it is a stupid question or a silly question. Please don't think like that. Just ask the question. Howsoever simple it seems like, I hope I will be able to answer it, because otherwise आप आगे जो भी मैं बोलूँगी कुछ समझ नहीं आएगा. So, let's settle down in that. The second is on the action. So, once the ambition has been taken, a company has come, it's taken our campaign, they've become our member, they've set a target for themselves, they have to actually start doing it. They have to actually transition their processes to be run by renewable electricity, which means they will have to stop gradually using fossil fuel electricity and start using renewable electricity, which means they will have to buy renewable electricity, they will have to deploy all the technology so that their machines can run, their processes can run through renewable electricity, because it is a bit different, right. So, all these things happen. This is where the action falls, that between now and my target year, I have some job to do. That is the second A, which is action. The third is accountability. You must have heard this word greenwashing. So, a lot of companies use it as a marketing tool, that we are a green company, we do this, we do that, we've done this, we've done that, which is good. A lot of companies actually do it. But sometimes people use some of these ambitious targets as a media publicity, but they are not actually doing the second A, which is the action. So, what we have inbuilt into our campaigns is the accountability framework. It is a framework developed by a company called CDP, who are our partners. They prepared that framework, and companies use that framework to do their annual disclosure. So, every year they have to disclose the target that they have achieved, the mini milestones that they are achieving towards their greater targets. This is how we inbuilt accountability. And fourth is advocacy. So, while we do this, while we are working with 500 odd companies globally, about 200 companies in India itself, the one work that is our most important job is to tell more and more people, to involve more and more people in this crusade of change. So, we need to do advocacy, we need to tell them what these businesses are achieving, how this change is making business sense for these companies. And you must also be asking, why would a company buy expensive renewable electricity? Why would a company change their entire transition to electric vehicles if it is not making money sense? It is making money sense. And the companies who are visionaries do understand that this is the future. So, all these big companies, and that is why the big of it, the big companies are more futuristic. They have many operations across geographies. So, they are also dealing with a lot of their international counterparts, whether they are Indian companies, whether they are international companies. They are global companies. So, they are working and doing their trade in a cohort of very, very exclusive bigger companies that run on millions of dollars of money. And therefore, when they are dealing with these people and they are talking about transition and running futuristic companies to be run by renewable electricity, because that is the future, it makes sense, business sense for them. People want to do business with them because they know that in the market their share will go high, their shares will never drop, because they are futuristic companies. They are talking about renewable electricity, which is the future. They are talking about electric vehicles because that is the future. They are talking about decarbonizing their processes because that is the future. If all of these companies starting from 2040 to 2070, all the countries, if they are taking net zero targets, just think of the market mechanism, how it will be working with those targets. The market is definitely going to be green. And if I can see it sitting here, and I am not changing my company's processes, then I will be the laggard. Then it will not make business sense for me. So, it makes business sense for me to now start transitioning and taking those targets now. Even if I am sitting today here and taking a target of renewable electricity now, and I say I will do it by 2050, very good. Because India has given us that target by 2070. If we do it by 2050, well and good. India can move to its net zero target even faster. Right? And that is where the role of business also comes. That is why businesses are important. They are one of the very important element or actors on climate action, globally as well as for India. So, that is where we coming from. Now, I will tell you about how our campaigns work. So, there are 5 campaigns and you will see that it includes everything. It includes energy, RE100 and EP100. It includes transport, EV100 and EV100 plus. It includes industry, steel zero and concrete zero. Food is not there, but food campaign is in the making and I will talk about it later. So, what is RE100? I have already told you a bit about it. RE100 is, it's a global campaign and it's a renewable energy initiative where companies come together and say, I will transition my processes. I am telling you in a very simple language. I will transition all my processes across geographies, across my portfolios to be run by renewable electricity by X year, 100%. So, all these 100 word means these campaigns are absolute campaigns. आप 90 पे नहीं रुकेंगे, आप 80 पे नहीं रुकेंगे, आपको 100 तक जाना. You might take time and you take your time, but the campaign is 100, right? So that's there. What is EV100? EV100 is a campaign where businesses and corporates come and take a target to only use electric vehicles. So can I give you one example of an EV100 member? Flipkart. All of you know Flipkart. All of you know Zomato. Both of these companies have taken EV100 campaign, and they are deploying electric vehicles as we speak. They are deploying, going to be operated on 100% electric vehicles by a certain year. What Flipkart is also doing additionally is they are also deploying electric charging stations, so that their people, their cohort members do not face the problem of infrastructure for electricity to run their vehicles. So that is about electric vehicles, EP100. Now, why we are talking about electric vehicles? The purpose is because road transport is responsible for 90% of the transport emissions. That is why changing the regime to electric vehicles is very important. The biggest co-benefit of electric vehicles is coming down of air pollution levels. All the traffic pollution that is happening, I'll come to you, will be run by electric vehicles. Now, somebody might say that the grid is not renewable at the moment. So, the electricity that is coming for charging of these vehicles is not clean. That's true. That is where the grid replacement, which the country like India is already doing, comes into picture. So, for now we are between 12 and 22% of share of renewable electricity in our main grid, but we have to increasingly increase our share of renewable electricity into the grid going forward. This comes into some of the interim targets that Government of India has taken towards the 2070 net zero target, deploying renewable electricity in the main grid as quickly as possible. And you can find about it in Google. There is a lot of information about India's interim target. There are targets at 2070, there are targets at 2040, there are targets that we have made till 2047. And through these interim targets, we will reach to a stage where we will become net zero by 2070, because we are a developing country. And we will peak our targets, our emissions at certain stage, and then we will decline. And by 2070, so it's like something like this, by 2070 we will become a net zero country. Do you want to ask the question, please?
Yes, ma'am. How EV can reduce the carbon emission, because EV reduce the emission at the local level wherever using the EV, but the electricity which charging the EV vehicles, that is come from the NTPCs. So all of the
that's what I was just explaining. I anticipated your question. That is why I was just explaining that somebody might ask that the energy that is coming to charge electric vehicle is not clean at the moment. Yeah.
And the
So
proportion of the renewable energy shifting from the fossil fuel to renewable is very slow in India.
I'm coming to that. It's not slow. It is increasing by the year. So that is what I was saying. हमारे जो इंटरिम टारगेट है 2070 के लिए, उसमें 2030 पे एक इंटरिम टारगेट है, 2040 पे है, 2047 पे है. दिस इज़ ऑल अबाउट डिप्लॉइंग ऑफ रिन्यूएबल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी इन द मेन ग्रिड. सो हम 500 गीगावाट इलेक्ट्रिसिटी, रिन्यूएबल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी तक जाना चाहते हैं ऑफ प्लेसमेंट ऑफ दैट. What would that mean? That would mean as much as renewable electricity is being deployed, that is going to be part of our main grid. So अभी आपका मेन ग्रिड अगर 100% रन बाय फॉसिल फ्यूल है और अभी आपके 18% पे आप आ चुके हैं रिन्यूएबल इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पे, बाय 2030 अगर आप 500 गीगावाट और डिप्लॉय करते हैं, यू विल रीच टू मे बी 22, 35, एंड बाय 2040 इट विल बी इवन मोर. So here it is a parallel journey, energy and transport. Your energy grid mix is changing from fossil fuel based to renewable based increasingly by a certain year, because see, this is a journey that will not happen in a year. This is not an overnight process. Similarly, you have to change this entire transport system to be run by electricity and not fossil fuel based fuels. आपको पेट्रोल से दूर जाना है, आपको डीजल से दूर जाना है, आपको इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पे आना है. because at least you can use that electricity. As the grid changes its nature, your entire regime will change into renewable, run by renewable. But for now what is happening? Every vehicle is an emitter, every vehicle on the road is an emitter, right. So, if they are not emitting anything, a lot of air pollution is decreasing and emission is decreasing. That is how electric vehicles work. I was coming to, I hope I have answered your question, and let me finish. We are also working on what we call EV 100 plus. Now, EV 100 plus is us entering into the logistics side of transportation. So, medium and heavy trucking. So, what is happening is the number of total vehicles, road transport, heavy and medium trucking is only 2% of that, the number wise. But the emissions that medium and heavy trucking are doing on the road, the emissions from road itself is 45% of the total road transport emission. So, EV 100 plus was created, EV 100 plus was created as a campaign to bring down the emissions from medium and heavy trucking. So, what do we do? What do we mean by that? We mean by that the normal medium and heavy trucks that ply on the road, which are run by fossil fuel, petrol, diesel, etc., but also on a very, very subminimal level of efficiency, are to be replaced by electric trucks. So, in India, we are at the process where we are doing pilot with big companies like JSW, Jindal Steels, who is doing a pilot of deploying some of the electric trucks and see how Indian roads, Indian infrastructure, what type of changes does it need for electric trucks to ply for long haul travels. Because when you are talking about logistics, these are all long haul travels. You have to ply on national highways and state highways and whatnot. When you are talking about EV 100, you are actually talking about two-wheelers and electric cars, personal use, etc., etc. You know, so Zomatos and Flipkarts and maybe Blue Smart. Do you know about Blue Smart? So, you know about Uber? It's the electric version of Uber. So, Blue Smart is in some of the cities, we have Blue Smarts, which they run only electric cars. You can book these taxis on an app just like Uber, and they run only on electricity. These are all electric cars. In Delhi, you will see all these white and blue cars, taxis running around, which are all electric cars. And that is how you are changing the mix of traffic within a city system. The mix of traffic run by fossil fuel versus mix of traffic run by electric vehicles. That is how you shift from fossil fuel to clean fuels. This is a transition. That is why you will never say change. Nobody will say renewable electricity change. Everybody will say transition, because it is a transition. And therefore, target based ambitions are important. These companies are taking targets. I will do this by this year. I will be 100% renewable electricity by this year. That is how transition takes place. Without ambition, transition will not take place. If you will not have a goal, yes please.
Is there any policy about the electric vehicle wastage, like batteries?
I'll come to that. I'll come to that.
About the carbon, so it will be become a huge waste for the embedded carbon, like.
Yes.
Because they are generated, they are mining the ores and making the batteries, and then go to the EV.
I'll come to that.
The clean source, but ultimately the global earth have more potential about the mining and all that.
Yes, absolutely. That's a very good question, by the way. But let me finish these 5 campaigns, and I'll come to the risk and challenges around some of these transition, where I'll touch upon use of storage of electricity, the need for storage of electricity. When we talk about solar, I'll talk about electric waste, battery waste, and other things, battery swapping and all those things. The third one is EP 100. So, when we introduced EP 100, we were actually talking about heavy industries and hard to abate sectors. Some of the sectors are very, very energy intensive. Most of the businesses are very energy intensive, but some of the sectors are more so energy intensive. Those are production heavy industries, where they are manufacturing a lot of stuff. They are very energy intensive. So, what we do and we tried to do was, can we make these companies energy efficient? So, give them technologies, know-hows for them to use the fossil fuel based electricity in an energy efficient ways and measure that energy efficiency. Because I might say I have changed my entire lighting into LED, but what difference did it make from using a normal light? That is not measured. So, I will not know what difference I have made, and it will not give me any, what should I say, impetus to do more and change my other processes. So, EP100 is about that. So, EP100 is a campaign where the members double their energy productivity, which means they will be more and more energy efficient in their operations. जैसे घर में भी we say ना, put the switch off, use energy sparingly, use 5-star rating appliances. So, that is how in a house or a residential area you do that, but in companies and industries there are other processes because they run very, very big machines. So, that is there, and then we have Steel Zero. So, EP100 also talks about, so one of the subcomponent of EP100 is net zero buildings, because when you are talking about energy efficiency in industries, buildings become a very, very important part of energy emissions and energy intensity. Buildings can be very, very energy intensive, because why? One example could be cooling. For example, in a country like India, we need cooling because we are a very hot country. For 8 months, we need cooling, and that makes building a very important element of this transition. So, we talk about solar passive architecture, we talk about orientation of buildings, we talk about how buildings should be constructed by vernacular architecture and local material, etc., etc., but that is not happening. Is it happening? No. All the commercial buildings are using glasses, all the hills are now using RCC to build their homes, and that tradition, that understanding about nature based solutions of architecture and how the infrastructure should be built, that it can be much more related to local realities, is going away. So, what does net zero building do? Net zero buildings not only look at how they are built, the material that they are using, but what is the type of electricity they are running on. How can they make that electricity more and more renewable based, and ultimately their emission as a building system comes to net zero. That is about net zero buildings. So, we have you must be knowing about GRIHA, you must be knowing about LEED rating. These are all green building rating systems that are there, which are more or less like EP100 campaign, where we are looking at certifying these buildings to be energy efficient and resource efficient, because a system like GRIHA, which is local Indian rating system, GRIHA stands for Green Rating for Integrated Habitat Assessment. It was formulated by TERI, which is India's foremost think tank on energy, environment and climate change. They have several versions of GRIHA. One is SWAGRIHA, which is about residential building, the other is GRIHA, which is about public buildings and normal buildings, and there is GRIHA for large development, for example, campus planning. For example, MANIT campus or IIT campus or a campus of a big real estate tycoon. So, those are these rating systems. Then there are LEED systems, which is a US based system. There is a Japanese system, there is a British system. All these countries use these rating systems to rate the building on their energy efficiency and resource efficiency, because that is the future. That is where we are going, because we are concerned about our environmental conservation, we are concerned about climate impacts and reducing these climate impacts, including reducing GHG emissions from the building sector. So, EP100 deliberately kept net zero building as one of the targets. Very few companies came and took it, one of the challenges, because it is very difficult, net zero. In the system that we run, to target for a net zero building is a difficult task, but it is still there. It is working and slowing gradually, we will reach there. Now, why I am talking about the challenge is that the question that this gentleman asked, which is a very important question, is for us to understand that it's very easy to become cynical. It's extremely easy to become cynical, and that will only come if we are not looking at these systems in a holistic way. So, if you are an architect and you are building a building, when you are working on a clean slate, you are only looking at your plot. It might be a 50-30 plot or a 60-100 plot, and you will have a requirement of your client in your picture. And you will, what will you look at? You will look at the form and you will look at the functionality. But if you are a good architect, you will look at where is the road, what is the direction, what is the sun path, how do I orient that building so that it gets sunlight and ventilation and air, natural ventilation. That is step 2 of being a good architect. Step 3 is it using local material? Is this building embedded in the cultural setting of that particular geography where this building will live? That's step 3 of being a good architect. Then you will start looking at where will the water come from, where will the electricity come from, are there trees around, how will I use them to shade the building, what will these trees do, or should I just cut these trees and build a building there and put all glass on it and be happy about the sparkling building that I have created over there? No, we will start looking at each and everything gradually, and slowly and gradually from that clean slate and a plot, you will design something, and when you will look at it from a bird's eye view, you will see a structure that is nicely embedded in that entire broad location. It is not an eyesore, it is a beautiful piece of structure that blends very nicely with the culture, with the geography, is conserving resources, it's energy efficient, it's a building that is working 100% environmentally sensitively. That is how this transition will take place. So, I cannot just deploy EV and say ho gaya hamara kaam. I am also going to see what about mobility. Not everyone can buy an electric vehicle. Electric vehicles are expensive. How do we bring down the cost of electric vehicles? That will only happen if more and more electric stations are coming together, if battery swapping is becoming cheaper and easier, if there are charging stations in the remotest of areas in the country, then I can buy an electric vehicle. Electric vehicles are expensive because of the fact that it comes with an entire ecosystem which is not ready yet or which is in the stage of preparation. Once we get through those stage of preparation, this transition will not be easier, it will also be cheaper. And that is why we want that we should keep doing things. Look at the challenges, don't ignore them, there will be challenges, but look at how can you move past those challenges from here, from here, from here. So, it is a multi-directional, multi-sectoral, holistic approach. That is how the transition will take place. Now, coming to Steel Zero very quickly, I only have 15 minutes. Steel Zero is an initiative where we are talking about private procurement of green steel. What does it mean? We work with companies that buy steel for their operations. So, they do not produce steel, they buy steel, like construction companies, like railways, they buy steel. So, we are working with these companies and telling them that you buy green steel. Now, how do they know what is green steel? So, what we have done in our campaign is told them that green steel will be that steel which is either certified by SBTi on site. SBTi is called Science Based Target Initiative. It is an international initiative who has the tough job of looking at standards and looking at how can these initiatives that are taking are also science based. You can Google SBTi and you will understand how SBTi works. So, one is SBTi goes and on site says yes, this is a low carbon steel. The other way is you go and get a certification of having your steel as a green steel from an entity called Responsible Steel. It's an Australia based certification company that certifies steel when it is being produced through several parameters. So, they have about 13 parameters on which they say this is a low carbon steel. Not all parameters are around carbon intensity of that steel. Some of the parameters are also about how responsible this steel is. And I am coming to the other question that you said was, when this transition takes place, it should not repeat the mistakes of the past, which means when I am saying I am creating renewable electricity, when renewable electricity is being made, coal based jobs will go down. You can't just become an engineer from being a doctor. I am a doctor today and say there is no need for doctor anymore. I just can't from day tomorrow start an engineer's job, can I? So, when these jobs are lost, when the transition is happening, what will happen to all those people who will become jobless? So, there is this element of skill building, looking at those job loss, doing something about that re-employment, skill employment, and then looking at what are the new jobs coming, how can we bring the new generation or the new cohort of professionals that are coming to take those jobs. How can we equip our ITIs, for example, our engineering colleges, for example, our technical institutions, for example, to bring those elements of new jobs into the curriculum. Unless you know how an EV is built, you cannot be an EV engineer.
Transformation into a skill.
Exactly. So, that is the side of the responsible. So, responsible steel initiative is looking at some of these elements. So, a lot of land is needed for installing solar, for example. So, where is that land coming from? How these companies that are saying we will become 100% run by renewable electricity by 2030, where will you put your solar? Where will you get that land from? Will you buy it from an agriculture land and just change that entire field of agriculture into your solar field? Will it be okay? Is it okay to do that? Or you will use your walls and your ceilings and your roofs to deploy your solar, or you will create a mix of renewable electricity coming to your grid. It could be wind composite, it could be wind, it could be solar, it could be hydro, or it could be just solar or wind, depending on where you are sitting as a company. So, that is one side of it. So, this is what steel is about. Now, just to tell you, Ministry of Steel in India is running a parallel program which is called Green Steel Mission, which is about public procurement of green steel. So, it is not that we are doing something out of the world. The policy and the government, the public bodies are also thinking about making this transition, because this is hard to abate sector, this is decarbonization of heavy industries side of it, which contain a lot of emission that is coming, and we have to reduce that emission. And the last one is concrete zero, which is in a nascent stage, at least in India, we have not yet launched it in India, which is about use of concrete that is low carbon concrete in buildings. Now, all of these campaigns are demand side campaigns. What do I mean by that? We do not work with companies that produce renewable electricity, we work with companies that will use renewable electricity, and they will create demand by taking these ambition. I take your campaign, I take RE100, I take EV100 or EP100, I take zero. So, I will buy low carbon steel, I will buy low carbon concrete, I will buy EVs, and I will change my entire fleet into EVs. I will give away my cars and scooters that are run by diesel or petrol, and I will take EVs. So, I am increasing that demand, and a new market is being developed and a new ecosystem. I start working with a new ecosystem. So, a new ecosystem around me develops that is helping me make this transition. So, it is very holistic, long run, long haul transition, as we say it. So, this is about our campaigns, and why I am only talking about our campaigns, because this is a very good example for all of you to understand how others are doing it. There are many other things that are happening. A lot of industries are directly working with Responsible Steel. For example, JSW is a member to Responsible Steel and they are a steel producer. They are working with them. There is another side of steel which I would like to say is, so what happens is, how is steel produced? It is produced from ore and it is produced by blast furnace process, which is very, very coal intensive. At the moment, if you have to have green steel, you will have to use the scrap steel, because electric furnaces cannot change ore into steel. Electric furnace can definitely change scrap steel into green steel. So, we also work with shipping companies who have a lot of scrap steel, right? Merck's, a company like Merck's, and we use that scrap steel. So, what the other side of our job is to do the advocacy, the last 4 A's, is to work with these companies and see how we can use more and more scrap steel, and that is where the component around circular economy comes into picture. Nothing should be wasted. We start using as much as scrap steel that we can, change it into steel and produce more and more low carbon steel earlier than we can. Because unless the technology comes that we can have ores produced by non-coal based furnaces, we will have to make this shift like that. And there are various components that define low carbon steel. Some of them are these. So, that is this. Now, we also work with businesses, but we work with policymakers also, because as I said, nobody can work or achieve their target in silos. And this is the last 5 minutes, and then I will let you speak and maybe ask some questions. So, what we do is we work with initiatives that are working on international climate diplomacy. For example, COP. We have a presence in COP, Conference of Parties, and we try to influence some of the decisions that are being taken in these big closed roundtable halls where the leaders of the countries are coming and deciding our fate. So, we try to go there and see what is happening and be a small part of the decision making that is happening there. What is COP doing? Abhi Baku mein hua tha COP. You must have heard about it. There was a lot of conversation about the failure of Baku COP around climate finance in particular. So, COP, what does COP does it? It reviews the national communications and emission inventories by the parties. What are the parties? The countries are the parties. So, how are the countries reducing their emissions? What is the target that they have taken and what is the pathway that they are going to take? These all conversations are happening in COP. So, you must have in the last 2 COPs, you must have heard about phasing out coal, phasing down coal. These phrases were used. Phasing out, some developing countries said we will not phase out coal because we need to develop, and a lot of our development journey will be coal based. India is saying that we just can't do away with our blast furnaces just next day. We can't do it. You've done this for millions of years, the developed countries, and now you are asking us to do it in 2 days flat. How? We can't do it. We also have to see that maximum population does not fall into the poverty because of us taking that stupid target, right? So, we have said that we have a very clear pathway. We will get to net zero by 2070, but we are also very ambitious because we have very ambitious mid-term targets, which we call as interim targets. As we go on achieving our mid-term targets, we might as well achieve our net zero target even before 2070. So, that is India's position on it. So, we do work with, and I am saying we, but there is a lot of there is a community of practitioners that is there in Baku or wherever the COP is happening, who is working with the government, who is working with businesses, with community of practitioners to bring this messaging out, to learn more and more about science, which is coming from IPCC. Sir is working with IPCC very closely. That is the best scientific information we can ever get on how science tells the world is changing around us and what we need to do about it. And then we work with, so this you must have heard about G20. Last year India was presiding over G20. Last year India was also presiding over Clean Energy Ministerial. G20 सबने सुना होगा, maybe CEM सबने ना सुना. But what is G20? It's a intergovernmental initiative comprising of 19 sovereign countries, European Union and African Union. And what they do is they work together, they come together every year and they work together to address the major issues around economic development, poverty reduction, sustainability and climate change. These are the broader areas that they work in. So, last year we worked very closely with Confederation of Indian Industries, who were leading the business side of communication to G20. So, we were sitting on their working group on energy, environment and climate change. We were bringing our members' voices to create the write up for what do business want in terms of policy change for them to become an efficient and attractive side or part of the energy transition story. So, that is how G20 become very important components of how these change can come. G20 can also influence COP, by the way. They have the clout to influence COP because यहाँ पे जो countries बैठती हैं, they are sitting on the major 80% of the GDP of the world. These are these companies who are sitting, countries that are sitting there. That is why G20 becomes very important. What is Clean Energy Ministerial? Clean Energy Ministerial again is a high level global forum which is run by International Energy Agency, and it has a lot of organizations that come together and companies that come together to achieve a single mission: accelerate clean energy transition. That is their job. So, last year it was a great moment for India because we presided on two major international initiatives, and some of the messages that came from India were extremely progressive on clean energy transition, climate change and sustainable development. So, India said that we talked about our 5 elements, Pancharatna elements on which we thrive. So, our natural cultural ethos and traditions were translated into the policy ask to the entire world through that G20 last year. So, nature based solutions, energy transition, quick energy transition, big ambitions is the storyline around industrial action on climate. And I would like to stop here, but if there are any questions, please feel free to ask, and I hope it was not very out of your understanding, but if I can make it more simpler in the next 5 minutes, I will be very happy to do that.
No, I think it was very well understandable.
Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
This lady over there.
What is the energy and economic disparity between urban and rural India?
Energy and economic disparity.
Yes.
Why do you call it a disparity? So, see, there is disparity.
Let us consider that they don't have it. That's right. What is the difference?
When you call it a disparity, it's basically a question of access. So, when we talk about rural areas, it is more or so about energy access and access to clean means of energy. So, there was a project that I was involved with which was around exactly the same. It was run by UNEP-RISO, it was called GIAN, which was around sustainable access to sustainable and clean energy by the poorest of the poor. And we actually were looking at rural areas, but we were also looking at urban poor and their accessibility to energy means. So, for example, people in poor sides of urban areas also do not have energy to access or do not have electric connections. Sometimes some of the municipal corporations have actually, in Ahmedabad, that particular project had happened where what they did was that one of the prerequisite for a settlement to get electric connection is that there should be tenure rights, and this was a slum location and they did not have tenure rights. So, what the municipal corporation of Ahmedabad did was they worked with the electric company and said, we will give the slum location tenure rights for the next 10 years. Would you be ready to install proper electric lines there and give them electric connections? They will pay for it. give them some subsidy, they will pay for it and it will be a metered electricity. And they said yes, but as per their rule books, they cannot install an electric meter where there is no proper wall constructed, and it is slums. Hey, they will not have a brick wall. All of houses will not have brick walls. So the municipal corporation actually constructed these walls across the slum location for them to be able to install the electric meter, and the communities helped. They also became part of that purpose, and they actually installed those electric meters. They deployed people to sit there and teach people and coach people and train them about what was happening in their locality. Electricity was coming, they will make these brick walls, there was some height that was specified, I don't remember. These meters were installed there, and then they had to pay the electricity bill. So there was manual payment of electricity bills, because this is like 20 years back that this particular project happened. So that is how some of these disparities, as you call it, are being tackled. In urban areas, the nature of disparity is different. So it is mostly driven by poverty and inaccessibility. In rural areas, inaccessibility is one of the reasons, but the other reason is that a lot of traditional systems have been fossil fuel based systems like cooking stoves. So that particular area of work has been around providing these rural areas with clean cooking stoves. So one of the projects that we are doing in Tripura is around, Tripura government has a project called Bio Village. It was appreciated by Prime Minister a while ago, and we were a small part of that project. What they are doing there is giving that particular rural areas, or what they have adopted as Bio Village, a very, very holistic development plan. So they are working with these people to get energy access. They are working with these people to use biogas for cooking purposes and for their other purpose, heating purpose also. They are working with these people to give them employment, so home based employments. So some are working on mushroom cultivation, some are changing their agricultural practices, some are looking at new ways of cattle rearing. So, and they are teaching people and they are training them in these skills. There is skill building element around it. So Bio Village is an holistic approach. So that is how you approach the rural side of it or access side of it. The other part of your question was around urban.
What I wanted to ask, India in totality is sustainable because the average of the energy consumption and carbon emission, if we do an average of it, it will be sustainable still. And it is sustainable because rural areas, we also account for the rural area carbon emission, which are very low. So how much are we sustainable on the urban side? Are we sustainable on the urban side?
No, I will not say that. I will not use the word sustainable here. I will say that energy intensity of urban areas is much higher than the energy intensity of rural areas. As we develop as a country, as our economy grows and we move towards a developed country, a lot of infrastructure will be built. And lot of urban areas will transition from class 3 cities to class 2 city to class 1 cities to cosmopolitan and metropolitan cities. What does it mean? A lot of infrastructure is coming into place, and all these infrastructure will be built by using energy and will be run by energy. So when we are talking about infrastructure, we have to see how this infrastructure is energy, resource conservative and not intensive. That intensity will have to reduce. So when we are saying we will become net zero by 2070, what does it mean? It means the same. All the development that will take place will run on renewables only as much as possible. So as soon as you transition to renewable electricity, the sooner you will change this intensity of urbanization, which is very energy intensive. But the per capita emissions of country like India is much lower than the per capita emission of the Western world. And what does it mean?
What is the difference in urban and rural area? With average, we are sustainable.
But there is a lot of difference. That's what I am saying.
What is the
a lot of industrialization, a lot of infrastructure development is happening in this region, in urban areas. And rural areas are still the providers in terms of your food, your ecosystem services. Rural areas stand for that. We don't want rural areas to convert into urban areas, but there is this ambition and intent because there is an understanding that most of the resources, jobs, opportunities lie in urban areas. So, urban areas will always be energy intensive because they are housing industries, a lot of investment is happening, infrastructure is coming up, schools, health, all those facilities are concentrated in urban areas. So, what is needed to be done is to decouple this energy use, bring a lot of these services around rural areas to make them self-sustaining, but not increasing the emission. And over here, it is a different story. Here what we are saying is that you convert into renewable electricity so that the investment that is coming from for the green side of it, that your investment is not coming to influence more fossil fuel based development. You have to reduce your fossil fuel development to green development in urban areas, while you have to provide parity in terms of energy access and resources to your rural areas. That is the main difference, right? Any other question?
I have actually three questions. The first part of the question is like the carbon credits and the carbon markets which are going to be available in India. So how are these companies looking into it? Like there is a notion that foreign, like the big companies like Apple, Google are buying carbon credits. They are doing energy reduction, but not at the rate which they are required to do to make them eligible. So like these companies, are they looking at in a way to earn carbon credit as a revenue, or like to buy it so they don't have to invest in the carbon clean energy?
Excellent question. So, there are two types of companies, and I am giving it to you as an example. There is a high intensity company and there is a company that is a low intensity company. Now, low intensity company, and this is an example, the low intensity company deploys energy efficiency measures and they are saving on energy emissions. But they are a smaller company, they need more money, investments. But what they have, those investments are translated into the carbon credits that they have, because they are using less energy. So, they have created some credits, it is a market mechanism. The other company, because it is a huge company, it has much more higher level of energy intensity, and for them to run in the way they are running, they need credits, they buy those credits and offset some of the emissions that they are making. It is an between the companies. The question that she asked, she was saying what is the difference between urban and rural, somewhat like that something is happening at a high intensity level somewhere else, but the average comes down to be equal, right. So, we are averaging out the emissions by these processes, because transition will take time. Until that happens, so it is also reflecting in our EP 100, our journey as climate group to come from EP 100 to steel zero is that initially we were talking about energy productivity, because we knew that energy transition will take time. So, you become energy productivity by the way, meanwhile. Then we came up with steel zero, much more aggressive program saying buy green steel, change your entire steel demand to green demand, green steel demand, because now you can do it, because now the technology has come, because now you can invest in that. That is the process. Exactly the same way carbon credits and mechanisms are working. It is not, it is one of the instruments, it is not the instrument that we will have to understand. There was one question at the back. Can I allow, we can speak after the class. I am not going anywhere.
So, the question is that we have large number of initiatives and programs, but the major problem is related to funding.
Yes.
countries, then how will you channelize funding for all these initiatives?
Yeah. It's a very difficult question, I must admit. Because as a practitioner and being in this field for so many years, looking very closely with the international treaties, and I will also ask sir if you would have an answer to this. We would see the ideal situation for the developed countries to support developing countries in their changing in their regime. So, climate finance should come from the developed countries, because hey, it is your responsibility, and that is what the COP, several versions of COP are asking for, and we have literally failed in each of them, because the money is not coming from the developed world to the developing countries. And just think of the developing countries still easier, because we do have some level of GDP growth. But look at the low income countries which are highly vulnerable and have absolutely no means to transition. And their low per capita emissions are like literally low. But they are so vulnerable that they are actually, at the verge of, finishing. Sea level rise, extreme events, they will just bring them down. Now, at this impasse where we are as an international community or countries coming together after COP Baku and Baku, a lot of countries such as India are also thinking about where do we bring this money from. Domestically, we have done a great job of allotting a lot of money to some of our interim targets. And somehow market will also improve. So, that is why ambitions are important. When there will be demand that is created, then prices will come down, markets will improve, and the transition will be easier. That is one, that is shifting something to the economics of it. The other side is what happens at the state level, for example. States like Bihar, states like Punjab, where we are also working, they are looking at building their net zero roadmaps. Bihar has prepared its first ever climate budget. So, they are within their budget, they are allocating money, budget, finances to some of the activities that they want to do for climate action, whether they are to build their adaptation, whether they are there to build their resilience, whether they are to support their say state EV policies, for example. So, all these things are happening domestically also. That does not mean that we are still capable of doing it domestically, no. I think this fight will go on. It will go to the next G20, it will go to the next COP, and somehow as an international community, climate diplomacy or international climate diplomacy will have to see that time where developed countries come and say that they will become equal partner to climate financing. Would you like to add anything to that, sir? Yeah, was it okay for? Thank you. Anything else? I think we are out of time, so.
Other questions we can take outside during the tea time. So, ma'am is here. So, yeah, we can have it later. I understand there are so many questions, even I have so many questions in my mind. And it was a wonderful talk. Thank you, Divya, for coming over.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
She is also my classmate from bachelor's.
Yes.
So, it was really great meeting you here and again addressing our students.
Thank you, Surbhi. Thank you for having me here.
Okay.
Great.
Let's come and have a break for tea.
So good morning everyone and welcome back after the short tea break for the session on the course on climate change and urbanization organized by the Department of Architecture and Planning and Department of Civil Engineering, Managed Bhopal by GIAN and Ministry of Education. For our next session, I feel honored to invite on stage on the dais our foreign expert and faculty of the course, Professor in the Department of Meteorological and Climatological Research at the Royal Meteorological Institute of Belgium, Professor Ravi Ghambi. Welcome.
Thank you very much. So, everyone, welcome back to this is my third lecture about, if you remember, the first one was about general introduction of climate change. So how do we do climate modeling and how we do climate observation. The second lecture was about what is the status of the climate change from the IPCC report. And we heard that this morning from Dr. Sharma how the IPCC report is very important for them because they use this as the solid science to make all their decision and all their transition. So now, what this lecture is about is, in fact, what we did. We tried to extract from the IPCC report. The IPCC is really a huge report, so it's thousands of pages. So the IPCC is divided into 3 working groups. You have working group 1, dealing with the physical science, okay? So like the climate, how the climate will change. So it's more physical, temperature, precipitation, is the physical aspect of the climate system. This is working group 1. You have working group 2, which is dealing with the impact. What is the impact of climate change? So what is the impact on human? What is the impact on ecosystem? What is the impact on all the kind of impact that climate change can affect? So this is the impact. And adaptation, of course. How, for example, and this is important for this lecture, is how we should adapt our cities. On Thursday, we will start to see this, how do we need to, what are the solutions to our city. So this is working group 2, okay? And then you have working group 3. What is working group 3 is dealing with the mitigation, how to reduce the emission. So we heard this morning from Dr. Sharma all the things that the companies are doing to reduce the CO2 emissions. So you should put in your mind, so it's different. The mitigation is reduce CO2. Okay, like you can use solar panel. If you use solar panel, okay, then the electricity will be renewable electricity. So you don't use fuel, you don't use to make electricity. So this is mitigation. You mitigate, you reduce the CO2 emission. Okay, so these 3 working groups, and what we did here is that we extract the information from these 3 working groups. So every working group has their own report, which is around 1,000 pages. So it's very difficult to catch the information related to urban. So we extract the information, especially for the urban part, from working group 1. We extract it from working group 2 and also from working group 3. Okay, and this is, and I put all this together for this lecture here for you. Then you don't need to go to each report. You will find the information here for about the urban area. So this is the what the latest science on climate change means for cities and urban area. Okay, yeah. So this is just what I said. So I told you we have the working group 1. So we extract the information, what the latest science from the working group 1. We extract the information from the working group 2, and we extract the information from the working group 3. So we have 3 small reports, which is dedicated to urban area. And this was done, we call this a summary for urban policymakers. So in fact, it's a report dedicated to policymakers, urban policymakers, where we extract all the information from the assessment report number 6. Okay, so you know, now we are in the assessment report. No, this is the old, let's say the previous cycle, AR6, that now we are just starting, the IPCC just start the AR7. So the 7th cycle just starts next year. And just to tell you that the next report, special report of the IPCC will be on cities. So So we will start the writing of this report next year, okay? In March, we will have our first meeting in March, and then, so 26, 25, 26, and then March 27, this report will be released, okay? So this is a special report on cities, but of course, we will build on what has already been done here. Huh? So we will not start from scratch. So this information is from the previous cycle AR6, okay? Okay, so first thing, why we are interested by cities? So why should we care by cities? There is also rural area. I told you yesterday what is the amount of urbanization in the globe. You remember from yesterday, what is the percentage of cities, of urbanized area in the world? I told you this yesterday. Less than 2%, you see? So less than 2% are urban areas. So why do we need to care about this? Because we have all the other areas, climate areas, which are more than the other 98%. They are not cities. But we care about cities because people are living in cities. We are living, a majority of people are living in cities. So the global urban population is currently 4.5 billion and will touch 7 billion by 2050. So the amount of people who are living in cities or who will live in cities will just grow in the near future. And this will lead to a rise in demand for resource, infrastructure, and services that the urban and infrastructure transition could address to limit the emissions. So I think the talk of Dr. Sharma was really perfect to give you the introduction. She talked about transition, okay? We need to make a transition. So all this, to reduce the emission, she said, we need to make ambitions, okay? And we need to make targets. We need to go to this, and then we start the transition. So if all these people will come to cities, all these people we need to make building, to construct building, right? To construct road, so all this we will emit. If we construct a new building, we will make a new emission. She really explained this very well this morning. So that's why it's very important to take care of what is happening in cities. Of course, rural area, as it was your question, is also very important. But so here it's really the amount that, and I will show you the slide after. So how we can reduce the new emission that will be released in urban area, because more and more people are living and will live in urban area. So, rapid urbanization, change in land use, demographic shifts, as we just discussed, growing inequality and unsustainable consumption have driven greenhouse gas emission, ecosystem degradation, and biodiversity loss. So this is just what I told you, is that more and more you are just putting more and more pressure to the system, okay, to the ecosystem, all the ecosystem. And in all parts of the world, this trend poses an existential challenge to our society, economy, and urban area. We need systemic and accelerated climate action by everyone to address this. Urban area provide an important opportunity to do so. So I think it was really very, very well explained also this morning by Dr. Sharma. We need to do this transition. And she explained well how the companies are doing this. We need to do this also for everyone. Should take this into account. And we talked a lot about the slums. This is some example, because these are very vulnerable places. So, and you will see how it can. So we need to take actions. And one thing is that in this climate action that we are taking, no one should be left behind. So we don't say, okay, we will focus only on this area or on the rich people, or no. Everyone should be, we should take everyone with us in this action. No one should be left behind. So it's not a problem of global south, because as it was mentioned this morning, India is developing country. So still developing, so we need to build a lot of cities. So cities in the global south, like in India, some are at early stage of urban development, need new infrastructure and buildings, leading to potential high material demand and embedded emissions. So she explained very well how an architect should take into account the climate. She explained really stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. You remember stage 3 where she said that we need really to take even the building, your new building, and in the surrounding. And if you look from vertical, yes, this building should be within an homogeneous, in homogeneous way within its environment. So all this should be taken, and so we need to take this into account, to reduce the emission, because more and more people will come. So we need to construct building, road, etc. So we should take this into account. It's not a problem of global south only. It's a problem of also established cities in the north, let's say. If you look to Europe or US or Japan, or where you have already established cities that developed in the past, the problem is that all these cities, they are now a bit old. Like the city where I am living in Brussels, it's really now, all the buildings are old. So we need to do, it's aging infrastructure, and we need to retrofit the building. So we need to refresh the building, retrofit the building, because a majority of these cities were constructed after the World War II, 1950. And so now it's time to refresh all these cities because it's becoming old. Like, for example, when you have warming, when it's cold and you have the warming, a lot of the heat is just go because of the isolation is not good in all this. So the isolation should be, and this is really one of the biggest challenge in Belgium, for example, is to make all the building very well isolated, because then when you do the warming, when you warm when it's cold, the heat is not going out. To really to have, we are also working on passive building, so you don't passive building where it stays warm. We don't need any warming. So all this is also, so you see that it's not a problem of global south, it's also a problem of global north. So it's a global problem, this urbanization. We should take this into account. And if it is unaddressed, this challenge could drive unsustainable emission growth from urban consumption and production throughout the 21st century. Okay, so urban climate change mitigation has a crucial role in determining the future of the global climate. So mitigation, I told you, we need to reduce CO2 emission. So how cities and urban areas are planned, designed, built, retrofitted, managed, and powered will influence urban greenhouse gas emission. You see how important all the urban planning that we need to take into account if we would like to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And because I did not tell you this, but we know that around 70% of greenhouse gas emission are coming from cities, from urban area. So around 70% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So you see, so cities are very small, less than 2% of the earth, but they are emitting 70% of the CO2. You see, that's why it's really very, very important area to take into account. And a large share of people in low-emitting countries lack access to modern energy and mobility services. Eradicating extreme poverty, energy poverty, and providing decent living standard can help achieve sustainable development. And I think that it was really very well explained this morning by Dr. Sharma, all this aspect of extreme poverty, energy poverty, and how we should take, and also the question that was asked by from the difference between urban and rural, how we should take this into account for all this aspect. Okay, so here I will come back to my physical background, because I am physical background for the climate. So what I put here, so this is a map that shows you the urban expansion, okay? So this is the urban expansion. It's by 10 kilometer by 10 kilometer grid, and it is from 2000 to 2020. So we have like 2 decades, and we wanted to know how much the cities grow during this 2 decades. Okay, it's 20 years, 21 years. So India is here. What we found is that urban land in India and also China, you can see here how it was urbanized, is the largest in Asia. So with 1.29 10 to the power 4 kilometers square in this period. So you see that the first one was China, but the second largest one was India. So China and India are the two most countries that has urbanized a lot in this two period. And I am sure India will still keep growing. That's why it's very important to take this into account, because it's developing countries. So developing means more urbanization. Developing will mean more cities, more urban area. But we need, as I told you, to take this into account to reduce the emission. Because if we don't do this, we will just increase the emission. And it was really very well explained this morning that we need to take this into account. Also here, urban impervious area in the Middle East, you can see here some Middle East country has more than doubled in some. And I made also the exercise for Africa. And we know that Africa is the least emitting country, of CO2 emission. It's really nothing. But the amount of urbanization has just doubled in Africa. And it will still keep going. So in fact, it was before China and India that are already the process of urbanization is ongoing, but the turn now will be on Africa. So Africa will be the next continent to be urbanized in the next decade. So it's a really also very important continent to take into account for the global emission. So all this future urbanization, what will impact what we call the climate risk. So what is risk? So the climate risk is exacerbated in urban area by the interaction of climate hazard, exposure due to densely populated cities, I told you, inadequate building and basic services, and poor infrastructure, and underlying vulnerability. So if you look to the risk, the heat risk to human health, for example, if we take the heat risk, and I show you yesterday this picture of the number of days more than 35 degrees in India, and we saw together that it was really increasing with global warming levels. So if we take the heat risk to human health, what is this? It's a combination of three things. So you have first the hazard. The hazard, it's meteorological hazard. It's the extreme that we got. So we need to do a hazard reduction. How? To reduce this climate mitigation. Okay? So if we reduce the CO2 emission, of course, we will stabilize the climate, less extreme will happen. Reduced air pollution also, because in all the cities, you have polluted air, so this will also impact the health. What we have also the exposure. So the risk is combination of hazard from extreme that will happen, the exposure, so how we need to reduce the exposure, like for example, increase public green space. For example, during heat, you need to have more green space to cool. We need also to alter outdoor work times, because, I know in hot countries, you cannot work during the hour where it is really hot. So you need to maybe start very early in the morning, start the work outside. I am talking about the people who are working outside. You need to start early morning and then maybe stop during when it's really hot during the day, and then work when it's like late afternoon, because then it's a bit cold. So we need to think of shifting the outdoor work time. So the outdoor work time should be shifted if we would like to reduce the exposure of these people to this hazard. We need to work also on active and passive cooling. And we heard this morning passive, like the ventilation, natural ventilation. So when we are building city, we need to think of this in order to have this passive cooling of course, we need an early warning system, like for example, a system that will tell you when you have, if a heat wave is forecasted for the next days, we need to have this early warning system, and of course also cooling shelters. So we have the hazard, we have the exposure, and we have the vulnerabilities. The vulnerability, like what I show you, the slums. The slums are very vulnerable to this. So it's a vulnerable place. And we heard this morning that India is really ranked number 7 in the world for the vulnerability. So a lot of work should be done on this. So how to reduce the vulnerability? So the livelihood diversification, we also need to work on insurance and public health infrastructure. So this is how we can reduce the vulnerability and also access of these people, like in slums, to green space, access to health infrastructure, etc. So all this should be taken into account. This is what I just showed you in Africa. This is an example of how the climate impact is felt disproportionately in socioeconomically communities. So depending on the socioeconomic level, the impact of climate will be different, of course. For the rich people who have like good infrastructure, they will feel the climate impact differently from slums places. Okay, we will talk about the urban heat island. Okay, so because this is my specialty, so what we did in this report, we wanted to know, okay, so we have the urban heat island. What are the origin of the urban heat island? So what are the factors of the urban heat island? I told you in the first lecture, urban heat island, this is not greenhouse gas problem. Okay, it's not related to climate change. This is related to how you construct your city. So what we did, we checked in the literature, because you know IPCC, you need to assess, I told you, we need to assess a lot of papers. And what we did, so we assessed a lot of papers, and we tried to check what are the origin, what are the reason of this urban heat island. So we divided into 5 factors that create the urban heat island. And the first one you can see here, so if it's red, this is a warming. So it means it will warm your local environment. Okay? If it's negative, this means a cooling of your urban environment. So the first, but I could ask you this before, but now I already show it to you, that the first parameter of the warming is the city geometry. What is the city geometry? Is the building density, the city layout, the height, and the size. So this is the first parameter. So how you are putting each building near to each other, this is very important. This is the first parameter that will, you see the warming is about 1.4 degree warming locally. I told you, I will repeat it, this is not climate change, this is locally. So you need not to add, it's not linear. You have the climate, we talked yesterday about global warming of 1.5. The urban heat island is the same, 1.3, 1.4. It's the same order of magnitude, like the global warming. So these two, it's not different order of magnitude. It's the same order of magnitude. So it's really very important to take this into account. Alors, the second factor that comes into play, it's what I told you yesterday, is the anthropogenic heat. So I told you this is unique for cities. You don't find this in forests. You don't find this in other land use. You find it only in cities, is all this heat which is going to the atmosphere from industrial and domestic heating, for example. All this, we call it the anthropogenic heat. So the anthropogenic heat is number 2. You see that it's almost 1 degree warming. No? The number 3 is the material that you are using to construct your building. This is really, and we heard this morning about, we need to take into account the material. So if you use local material, that will be much more for the environment. So because if you use some material that we are using here, this one, it has a big heat capacity. So during the day, when you have sun like today, all this sun, this energy is kept because you have a big heat capacity, is kept by the wall, by the roof, and this energy during the night is released. Okay, and since it is released during the night, this is what makes your city warmer during the night. So these parameters are number 3. But we were surprised that the number 2 is not the parameter, but is the anthropogenic heat. So you have the city geometry, the anthropogenic heat, and then the material. So if one would think, how should I reduce the local warming of my city, the first thing that you need to work is city geometry, is to create some building, so to take into account how you are putting the building together, to take into account the ventilation, natural ventilation. The second parameter is how to reduce the heat, all this anthropogenic heat, and then number 3 is how to use good material that don't store all this energy and then put it in the night to the atmosphere. So how to cool? So we can use the water body. You can have like sea, rivers. Of course, you have the sea. You have the sea breeze. Okay, the sea breeze that will cool. Like Mumbai, we saw this yesterday. That Mumbai don't have yesterday it was really very well explained that Mumbai don't have a big urban heat island problem because it's a coastal city. So you have the sea breeze which make your urban heat, because then when you have wind, it will be mixed. All this urban will be mixed in the air, so you will not have a concentration of heat into the city itself. So the sea, the river, the lakes, the irrigation also. Irrigation, if you are using vegetation and then you irrigate, this will also make a cooling of your city. And the most important cooling you can see is the vegetation here, like park, forest, and garden. You can see that we can go up to minus 1.6 degree cooling if you use the vegetation. So, in fact, this area here, Hashut area, this is with different climate zone, because I told you we make an assessment for different climate zone, like desert, temperate, like tropical, a lot of climate zone. So, we need to think of a smart combination of city geometry and vegetation. If we could make a smart combination, this and this we can cancel. We can cancel out the urban heat island. But you see, we need to really think of how we could combine in a smart way these two parameters, the city geometry and also the vegetation together. So a smart combination could really offset the urban heat island. So, and what we found is that the combination of future urbanization and increasingly frequent extreme climate events, such as heat wave, will exacerbate heat stress in cities. Because, so, in fact, what we found also is that if you have a normal situation, it's different than if you have a heat wave. Because if you have a heat wave, and maybe I will also present this later, is that during heat wave, the urban heat island will just be intensified. We found this in some cities. It's not for all cities, but in some, my city, for example, Brussels, where I am living, during heat wave, the urban heat island just gets bigger because the rural area and the urban area behave differently to heat waves. Okay, but I can explain you this later. So, during heat wave, the most important is during the heat wave, because during the heat wave, the urban heat island will exacerbate the heat stress. And we saw this, so it's really a problem here in the tropical region where you have also the humidity. So because heat stress, it's a combination. You can combine temperature, relative humidity. And if you add on top of this the fact that you are in cities, because in a city during the night, you need to add at least 2 degrees, 3 degrees to your heat wave. So it will exacerbate the heat stress in cities. So we need to be really very cautious about how future urbanization will be, because urbanization will intensify the urban heat island effect regardless of change in the background climate. So depending where your city is, if you make your city bigger and bigger and bigger, it will intensify the urban heat island. And I will show you this in the next slide. And this is, I already said that sufficient integration of vegetation and water into the urban fabric can counterbalance the urban heat island effect to the point of even cancelling out the urban heat island. This is, I told you, at neighborhood scale. So we need really to think at this scale, neighborhood scale, of a smart way, how we can combine the city geometry and the vegetation, because this can help really to reduce. Okay, so what we did also during this, in this report is that we checked in the past. So we look into the past of some cities where we have a pair of observation, one observation in city and one observation in a rural area, okay? And in the city, this observation observe how the city has grown in the past, okay? For example, and you see the first thing that you see is that we don't have a lot of cities, because it's very difficult. We talked about this yesterday of the station in cities. It's very difficult to find station in cities. And the most difficult is that if you are lucky and find a station in a city, this station, usually it has not a long time series. This is the problem. And if you would like to study the climate, you always need long time series, at least 30 years, 40 years of observation. And it's very, very difficult. So that's why we have only some cities where we could find such information. So I will talk about my cities and then we can talk about Kolkata. So in my city, Brussels here, so we found that, so we compare. We have one station in urban and one station in rural, and we make a comparison how these two stations change in this period. Okay, the period is here, 1958 to 2018. So we compared the urban station, which grow, and the rural station, which grow, but we found that the urban station during this period grow much more higher than the rural station. So we found that the difference was around 0.6 degree during this period. It means that, because in Brussels now, I can tell you, we are experiencing a warming of 2.7 degree if you compare to pre-industrial area. Okay, so 2.7 degree warming now in Brussels. You see, it's we talked about the Paris Agreement yesterday, limiting 1.5 or 2 in cities, and in majority of cities, we are already above this threshold. So we already overpassed the Paris Agreement. So the Paris Agreement does not make any sense for the cities and the urban area because it's already overpassed. I told you in Brussels, we are at 2.7. So 0.6 from this 2.7 is due to the growth of Brussels. Okay? That's why we put it here. So this is, we call it the urban warming. So how the local warming, we call the local urban warming. So how the city influenced the local warming. So it was 0.6. You see here, Kolkata is one of the biggest urban warming that we found, is that you see that the urban warming of Kolkata is around 2.6 degrees. And you need to compare this with, in the map, what I put in the map here is the background warming. Background warming, we take it from this data set, CRU, TS, maybe you know about this, CRU TS. It's a gridded data set that gives you how the temperature increase. But the resolution is quite coarse, so the CRU data set don't take into account the urban. So it's only like background. We call this the background warming. So you can compare, for example, the increase in Kolkata, which is red, with the background warming here over India. You can see that the Kolkata is really increasing much more than the background. So you need, it's not linear. You cannot just add this to this and say, the total warming is this and plus this. It's not linear. It's not that easy. But then it gives you already what is the two different warming that you have. Okay, so we have also here in cities like Moscow and Tehran also here. So this is, so again, most cities and urban area will experience increase in local temperature of 1.5 and 2 degrees earlier than other area. So I told you yesterday, global warming, we are at 1.1. You remember, huh? We are at 1.1. Paris Agreement to limit 1.5 to 2 degrees, but cities, we are already above this threshold. So the Paris Agreement don't make any sense for cities.
Maybe I missed it.
Yes.
This is air temperature.
Yes.
This is surface temperature, right?
No, it's mean surface air temperature.
Surface air temperature.
Yes, it's 2 meter temperature.
At 2 meters.
Yes, 2 meter. Yes. So it's not the surface temperature.
It's not surface.
No, it's the air.
Air temperature.
Yes.
At 2 meters, like our.
Yes, yes.
So this is being captured through satellite images?
No, this is from observation.
From observation.
Yes, from observation. Like here in Brussels, we have one observation, air observation, in the city, and we have another one nearby in the rural area. Yes, and we are lucky that we have these two stations that kept working for all this period. So that's the problem, is that it's very difficult. It's very difficult to find a pair of urban, rural in everywhere in the world. So this is what we could find. But I think that we will make an update of this in the next report, the special report, for sure, we will have more papers that will come, and maybe more cities. We can add more cities here, because it's based on the publication. So these are the publications that we could find, where they put these numbers. But because IPCC, we don't do research ourselves, huh? So we just
This
yeah.
would be one of the recommendations for you to the cities, that we should have at every city and corresponding rural
Yes,
areas
yes.
mandatory from the government.
Exactly.
To install a long-term.
Exactly, and we are just, it's a very good comment, because we are just trying to have this in my institute. We said to the director, our director, look, we need, because for the WMO, we cannot put station in city, but we said no. In order to be able to keep this for a long time, it should be done by institute, by Med Service. So we are trying now to put one in the city center, because then we can have it for long. And tomorrow, I will give you the exercise for I will give you one station in the city and another station in suburban. So then you can make the difference and you will see. But we are trying to really to establish one city for a long time, then to have rural and yes, and urban. And if it will be like a recommendation for all that they will flow, that will be really good, because then we can have really for a long time, because this is what we need. The problem is that here you can have a network, but it's done by university, or it's done by, so it needs to be maintained. Sometimes it's related to one project, but when the project is finished, then the observations are finished. We don't do observation anymore. So the only way to be sure that it will maintain is to do it by an operational institute. Yes. So that's what we are trying to yeah, as a recommendation. So just put in your mind, if someone asks you about Paris Agreement, say for the cities, we are already above the Paris Agreement, and majority of the cities, they are now at more than 2 degree warming, 3 degree warming. My Brussels, it's 2.7 degree warming. So I don't know here in Bhopal, but yeah. Or because of the urban heat island, because the urban heat island add more heat. So it's like the city are advanced in the warming. You see, if for example, we would like to limit to 1.5, city are already at 2.5. So we are already, so the heat wave that will impact the city will be much more difficult than if it impact the rural area, because the city have the urban heat. So it's like, it's adding to the heat. Okay, so emission implied by current policy will cause global warming to exceed 2 degrees by around 2050, and even with strong emission reduction, the increase of cumulative CO2 emission will result in global warming exceeding 1.5 in the next 20 years. I told you yesterday, this year will be the first year where we will have 1.5 degree global warming, so observed. So it's the first year where so this objective of keeping, I told you this objective of keeping 1.5 is really, it will be really beyond reach, because because of the cumulative CO2, because we already have, even if we decrease, the fact that we have cumulative CO2 emission in the past will not help to reduce to reach the Paris Agreement. So the risk and impact of climate change are clear. Even at current global warming level, urban areas are experiencing significant impact from climate change, and some major cities have experienced mean local warming of beyond 1.5. I already explained you this very clearly, that the cities are already beyond 1.5 and beyond 2 degrees. We can say this. So what we did in my institute, we tried to see, okay, we know that Brussels is already beyond 1.5, but suppose that we will succeed to reach the Paris Agreement. So now I told you we are at 1.1 global warming for the Earth. So suppose that, okay, during the COP, Dr. Sharma speak about the COP, very important, because the COP is where the countries, the parties are trying to reduce, to say, okay, we will reduce our emission to reach this during the COP. So, and you say that you remember it was it's still very difficult because you have all this aspect of financial aspect, which is very difficult. Anyway, so suppose that we will reach 1.5 globally. We are at 1.1. Suppose that we will reach 1.5, 2 degrees.
what does mean this for Brussels, for my city? What does mean this for Brussels? So what we did, I told you Brussels now is 2.7 degree. So if we reach 1.5 globally, what will be the temperature in Brussels? I will not explain all the method that we did. It's a bit complicated with a lot of downscaling techniques and the model. But we found that 1.5 means 3.6 to 4.1 degrees Celsius in Brussels, warming in Brussels. This is huge. These numbers are really huge because if you have a heat wave, which on the city of Brussels, with this number of warming, this will be really a huge impact on a city like Brussels. And we are already experiencing in Brussels like a relationship between heat wave and mortality and morbidity in hospitals. It's for vulnerable people. Vulnerable people are really very, they are impacted very much by the heat waves. And we found a net correlation between the admission in hospital, between the morbidity, we call this the morbidity, and also the mortality, and the heat waves in urban area. So you see, this is huge. So that's why I told you the Paris Agreement does not make any sense for cities, because it will have this huge number, and we need to adapt cities. There is no way we need to adapt our cities, and at least to reduce the urban heat island. Try to reduce this urban heat island impact. So we do the same, because I had one PhD student from China, and she worked with me, and we try to do the same exercise for Beijing. So for Beijing, we do exactly the same exercise, global warming level 1.5, 2 degrees, the Paris Agreement, and we found that we come up with these numbers. It's the same numbers for Brussels, but we can do the same exercise here. Huh? We can do the same exercise for Bhopal or for Delhi or Mumbai to see what does mean this for a city. So this, I already showed you this picture, but just to show you that this is India is here. So we have this warming of hot extreme, an increase of hot extremes, increase. So the urbanization has exacerbated change in temperature extreme in cities, in particular for nighttime extreme, and this is with high confidence. This means that these extremes, okay, that we have here, and that we are sure that it's confidence in human contribution, the fact that you have urbanization, more urban, it will exacerbate the temperature extreme in cities during the night. And why during the night? Because of the urban heat island. Because the urban heat island is a nighttime phenomenon. So you have this, you have also during the day, but the amplitude is much more higher than during the night than during the day in the night. So that's why it's affecting really the nighttime. This is the same what we did. But it's for, this is for hot extremes. You can remember here, you can see here India. And this is for the precipitation, heavy precipitation. So we found also that for, because the temperature, and we will see this later, the cities, the urban area are not impacting only the temperature. They are also impacting the precipitation. Remember yesterday the lecture of Sobimal over Mumbai. We show how the city influenced the extreme precipitation. So the fact that you have city, because you have more, they found that this was due to the more turbulence. You have your city, you have more turbulence in your city, and this will make the extreme precipitation more extreme. Okay? So that's why, so already you have an extreme here, increase, so you need to add on top of this the cities. Why? This is why, because so this is, I think I already said this, that every region will experience concurrent and multiple change in climate impact driver at higher level of global warming. And in many places, these are causing compound event. Do you know what is compound event? Compound event is, for example, suppose that you have a drought, okay, which is a long time, like it can stay for 4 months. You have a drought, okay, or sometimes it's years. Huh? For the region, for the Mediterranean region, you can have it for years, okay? You have drought, and during the summer, you have already the drought, and on top of this, you have heat waves. So this is compound, is that you have already a drought going up, and you have a heat wave. And with more warming levels, this type of extremes will be more and more frequent. And this compound event, the impact of this compound event is bigger than the sum of drought plus the impact of drought plus the impact of heat wave. So because the compound is non-linear, okay? It's non-linear, so the impact is not the sum, it's bigger than the sum. So that's why it's really very important to take this into account, and especially for cities now we are working on the impact of compound event on cities. This is really a new topic of research, so if you would like to publish, that your paper will be cited in the next IPCC report, it will be good to work on this compound event, because it's really big research gap. It's a research gap now, and we are trying to work on this for the next, yeah. So I told you why, so the cities are not impacting only temperature, impacting also precipitation and flooding, because when you have heavy rainfall event, I just show you that over, for example, over India here over India, so we are projecting that it will be an increase, here you see it's blue, so it's an increase of heavy precipitation. This was observed. So if you add on top of this, and these heavy rainfall are more intense and more frequent in the warming world, projected, because then you have the runoff, which is amplified by urbanization. Why? It's amplified, and this is very clear in cities, because of the impervious area, the water cannot infiltrate. Okay, and then this will exacerbate the runoff. So you have here that the runoff is amplified by urbanization, and heavy rain event can flood buildings, of course, roadways, subway, tunnels, and farmland. And heavy precipitation may overwhelm city transportation and storm water drainage systems, which are typically not designed for climate-induced extreme events. I will explain you this, because the problem is that I told you, the cities, for example, in Belgium, or the cities were built in 1950. 1950, we don't know about climate change. So all the design of the sewer system was done without taking into account the climate change. So we take, for example, an extreme event that will happen in 100 years. We call the return period. So, and we build the sewer system based on this extreme event that will return in 100 years. But now, these extremes are more extremes because of the climate change. And this is why the design, the sewer system that has been designed is not suitable, because you are getting some extreme events which are more extreme, and then the amount of water that need to go into sewer is much more that your sewer system cannot absorb it. This is the problem of, so that's why when we are building now new cities, we need to take into account the climate change also in the design of the sewer system. And so this is really related to hydrology, and I don't know if you know about EDF curves. So these are the type of curves that we need to update, taking into account the climate change. Yes, and also very important for coastal cities. So the coastal cities will experience, and we saw this yesterday, Bombay example, the coastal cities are very vulnerable also to the climate change, because when you have storm coming to the city, coastal city, usually you have also you have this problem of sea level rise. You know that I told you sea level rise, which is going on. So you have the sea level rise, so the sea level increase. You have the storm, you have flooding. So this water cannot go to the ocean. So the water will be kept in your city, and it will add a lot of with the coastal flooding, with the potential risk for mortality and damage. It will cost a lot of damage to your city. So that's why coastal cities are very, very important. And I know that in this special report that will come, we will also focus on coastal cities. Very, very important topics, coastal cities. So urban areas are not affecting only the temperature with the urban heat island. I explain you the urban heat island. It's also affecting the precipitation. So this is a very nice review by Dev. Maybe you know him. He's working in US, but he's Indian, and he's PhD student in 2019. And what they did, So they try to see, okay, so if we have a storm coming, this is your city, okay, here. If you have a storm coming this way, how much of rain is over the city? How much of rain is downwind? We call this downwind of the city. And what we found is that the fact that you have a city here will impact the precipitation. So you have more precipitation over the city by 16%. Look to this number. This is the mean, 16% of precipitation more on the city. And then, but downwind, we found even more. So 18% of precipitation downwind of the city. So the fact that you have a city will impact the urban heat island, but it will impact also the precipitation. We saw this yesterday with the presentation of Sobimal, how when they add the full representation of city, they could retrieve the extreme event correctly with the urban. So he showed this yesterday. Because of this impact, because the city impact also the precipitation. So there are different reasons. So Sobimal showed this yesterday, why the city impact also precipitation, because first is the urban heat island. The urban heat island, so create what we call an urban breeze. What is urban breeze? So if you have your city like this, it's warm, then you are creating a circulation over the city. This circulation is due to the urban heat island because your city is warm. It's like the sea breeze, you know sea breeze? Sea breeze, when you go to the beach, you have a wind coming, even if the clear sky is clear, so there is no, but you have this wind because it's circulation, local circulation between the sea and the land, and you have this circulation. It's the same for the city, so you have a circulation like this. So the city is here, and you have circulation like this circulation. And if you combine this with the convection, so if you have a storm coming, this wind will feed. So it will feed, it will maintain, if you want, the convection, and during the afternoon, it will create more precipitation. And sometimes it's over the city, sometimes it's downwind of the city. So you have this circulation. Another reason is the aerosols. I explained you this yesterday, the aerosols, and also Sobimal showed this. So city, you have more aerosols because you have industry, you have all the activity. So these aerosols, if you have more aerosols, of course, you will have more precipitation because these aerosols are the nuclear for the precipitation. I show you this. So it will create more precipitation. Some people in some studies found that if you have more aerosols, this will decrease the precipitation. So it's still a debate, but we know that these are the two reasons why. And the third reason, of course, he also showed this Subimal yesterday, is about the roughness of the city. Because if you have city, so the wind will be reduced because you have obstacle, but you create these eddies around the cities. Okay, so these eddies, it's turbulence above the city, and this can also interact with the convection that will. So you have three parameters, three factors that influence the cities, the precipitation. But put in your mind, the city are not affecting only urban heat island, so they affect urban heat island. You have also what we call the dry island for relative humidity. So the city normally you have less relative humidity than the surrounding, okay? Because you have less vegetation in the city. The city, you have also more pollution. We call also this the pollution island. Now you have pollution, but the city also affects precipitation. So you see, city affect a lot of parameters. Yes. So the future change to our climate and how they affect us depend on the choice we make in our cities and urban area today. Our climate is our future. I will explain you this. Why? So what is the length of climate change? We are talking about 100 years, right? So from now, 100 years. What is the time scale of building? When you build one building, how long it will stay? At least, or 100 years. So it's the same time scale. So we are talking about the same time scale between climate change and building when you make a new building. So they are all interacting at the same time scale. So that's why if we would like to have a building which is resilient to climate, you need to build it now correctly because it will stay for the same period. So that's why we say that You need to act now. Dr. Sharma explained this very well, that the action should be taken now, the ambition should be taken now, if we would like to reach all the targets. So the science is clear that cities and urban areas are source of climate forcer as well as site of innovation and implementation of adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development. So I told you all the emission, majority, 70% of emission are from urban area, okay? But urban area also are impacted by the extremes that are coming from the, so, and we believe, and this is what we will also explain in the next report, is that all the solution, not all, but we have solution in cities. So we need to, and we will see this in the next lecture, how we can adapt our cities. So we have solution. There is options how to adapt the cities, and we need to work on this. Both adaptation and mitigation. For example, the solar panel. Now, a lot of cities are using solar panel. You can use solar panel, and then you reduce your CO2 emission. But I will show you that solar panel can also impact the urban climate, because there is some interaction with the temperature. I will show you this. It's the work of Ansar, yes, that we did. So what do we need? What do we need? I told you we need the first thing. We need observation. And tomorrow I will talk about the observation. So it's not problem of global south. It's global problem. We don't have enough observation in cities, and we need to establish this. So we need to convince the stakeholders that really we need observation. So this is an observation that we put in the Ghent University. So it's done by university. Huh? What do we need? We need, I will not enter into detail, but I told you, global climate model, they don't care about the cities. The cities are less than 2% globally. We don't care about, they don't have any parameterization for cities. We need to have such kind of parameterization, and I will also show you this after, in climate model. Climate model should represent the city at least with this type of scheme, because then you can see, you can reproduce the urban heat island, okay, with this type of, but I will not enter into detail. So what, and here I put the different type of models that we can use for city. You have what we call the descriptive model. So this is scientific value, and here the complexity. So these are not very complex. It can be like statistical regression. Okay, you say, okay, I will make a statistical regression. It will tell me description of what is how some parameters are related to other parameters. We have also predictive model, like the climate model, like we do projection. These are predictive. So you will see what will happen in the future, like weather forecast. This a predictive model. So this will give you what will happen to your city, okay? But we have also diagnostic model. Why does it happen? This is very important. Why it happen in this way? For example, if you use machine learning now is very trendy. A lot of people use machine learning, AI, but AI will not give you the physical why it is. It will just give you it's this, and it's correct, it's this, but it will not give you the physical why it happened like this and not like this. You just train your machine learning with observation, and then you apply it. So it will not give you. But physically based model, they give you this. Now I know that they are also working on physically informed machine learning. So it's a machine learning, but you can also inform the machine learning with the physical, some physical equation. And the most important one that also is good for the cities is to have these prescriptive models. How can I make it happen or not? What does mean this? For example, I have a model and I say, okay, I will put green roofs. So what will be the impact of green roofs on my city? So this is what we call the predictive model. So it's very good scientific value, but it's also very complex. So it's sometimes you need some input, but you don't have all the input that you need. Very important. It has been shown many times yesterday and also today. We need to work with decision maker. So I told you it does not make sense to work on your, and then to it's not the top down, and then you go to the stakeholder and say, okay, I have this. You need to use it. It does not. It's not working like this. You need to do this co-production of information. So you need to involve the scientists and end user from the beginning. and iterative way. You do it different. I think Subimal showed this very well with the map, the app that they developed for Mumbai. So he said iterative interaction with the stakeholders and all the user of the app that he shows. So you need to work like this. It's really changing now. Okay? It's a key for the success of your modeling of any climate action. You need to involve the. Voilà. So I think this I will skip because I will talk about this. It's for the adaptation for cities. I will talk about this because I think it's finished, yes. So this I will talk, so all is about adaptation. I think it's okay, we will talk this on Thursday about the adaptation. This is just the author that participate to this. So maybe you might know Aroma Revi, he's also very known. He's working also on climate in the IPCC, and he was the coordinator of this report that we did. Voilà. Thank you very much.
Any quick question, or we'll wait for lunch then?
Okay.
हमेंगे ये हमेंगे
नहीं तो अभी देखो ना, अभी आता है माइक के रखा हुआ है, आता है
हमेंगे ना ये
मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आवाज आ रही है?
हमें ज़्यादा आ रही आवाज़ नहीं आ रही
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ ना, ये उसका खराब है इसका।
नहीं तो लेकिन उससे तो सही है ना
नहीं आ रही ना, उससे ही बता रहा हूँ।
इससे सही है
नहीं है, नहीं है, बता रहा हूँ।
ये सही है
मेरी आवाज़ यहाँ से मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है?
आ रही है ना
नहीं, इतनी नहीं आ रही है।
नहीं आ रही है
नहीं आ रही।
उनकी आवाज़ आ रही है
उनकी अब मेरी आवाज़ आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है
पर जैसी आनी चाहिए थी वैसी नहीं आ रही ना, जैसी आनी चाहिए थी वैसी नहीं आ रही।
इसमें से जैसी
ऐसी आवाज़ आती है इसमें से, ऐसी आवाज़ आती है,
हाँ
पर अभी जैसी आनी चाहिए वैसी नहीं आ रही।
Dr. Hamdi. नहीं सुनाई दे रहा? Yes. Okay. So I'll start from the point where Dr. Hamdi has left, that urbanization and urban areas have exacerbated the process of climate change. They have contributed to climate change. He has shown all the slides showing all the justification and the science behind how urban areas are contributing to climate change. Now, going ahead, once we know that urban areas are actually contributing to it, there are many factors that contribute to climate change. Some are the form of urban areas, the others are the processes that happens in an urban area. So, let us check what we left in the last lecture. So, it was like the city geometry, the heat from human activities like industrial, domestic heating, heat retaining properties of the buildings, water and vegetation. So, we as a planner have a role to play here. So, how should our buildings should be, how should our city planning should be, so that we can at least work towards reducing our contribution to climate change. How can we adapt to climate in a responsible manner? So, this is what we will be looking in our further slides. So, the contents will be urbanization, climate change and heat islands. So, I will be focusing on urban heat islands more. What are the different types of urban heat islands? Variability in the urban forms, because now we have come to the scale when we are talking about urban areas, and urban areas are not same. So, some areas are different, have higher density, some are lower density, some have less trees, some have more trees, some areas are closer to water bodies, some are far from the water bodies. So, it is a feedback that is important for us to understand how our cities are being planned and what is the feedback which is it giving to the atmosphere and to climate, to urban warming and to urban heating. So, we will discuss here is about the concepts, methods and tools for investigations. So, we all know that urbanization is happening and it is a process of large number of people coming permanently concentrated in a smaller area or smaller place. So, that is what is urban. Since many years we are seeing this phenomena where the whole purpose of having an urban area was that there are common benefits. So, people from different industries, different sectors, they all come together because there is a mutual benefit they are having. So, in a small place there are many people coming together, working together and for a common good, common place for mutual benefits. So, it is just because it has economic benefits, it has social benefits, it has cultural benefits, there could be many reasons of coming together. So, but by coming together we are actually increasing this density, and this is what is actually we are looking into how this density should be managed. So, we can see that the less developed regions are having are been projected to have more population, they are growing with a greater rate than the less developed areas. And the transformation that we are seeing from these cities are in terms of growing population, that is urban population growth that is happening. the surface area which has been increasing, that is called urban footprint, like how much area is being occupied by buildings, by pavements, by on urban land. That is a matter of concern, and that is what we can look into. And the increasing infrastructure, pollution, mental stress, again this is what is now we have in mind as urban. So, looking at the linkages that we have to urban to climate change in a very simple terms, that we are actually increasing our footprint, our urban form is increasing. So, when people want to get together, they are coming together, there are CBDs being formed, then that means there are more built area in a small place. So, more population, more density of population as well as built density, that is what we are looking into. Then greenhouse gas emissions, the buildings, transport, etc. is contributing to the carbon dioxide emissions, which is again a contribution that urban area is having more than the rural areas. Then air quality, again we all know this increases, urban areas have more issues with the air quality as it increases further to the heat. Then heat related illness, why? Because we have more population, more vulnerable population coming together. So, the heat related index illness is more, disease has been more, because all gets exacerbated in urban areas. So, we become more vulnerable in urban areas. And this is again the climate change impacts which is happening, otherwise the warm climate change is happening and again increasing or adding to the urban areas. So, simply because this has been taken in previous lectures, we will just quickly move forward. So, there is climate change which is actually otherwise also increasing the temperatures. Then there is urbanization, which is actually with the help of the built environment. We will just focus on built environment currently, but because it has a particular type of urban form, it is actually modifying the outdoor environment also, because when buildings come together, it also changes or modify its outside air conditions, humidity and other aspects of the environment, which again increases or changes the indoor environment. We use more AC, we consume energy, and then again that feedback is there towards the climate or climate change and adding to the climate change. So, this is what is happening. So, it is a feedback loop which we are into it, because there is climate change, we are mitigating or using more energy and then adding to the climate change again. So, this is, but urban heat island is again an impact of climate change, which is being created by urban areas, urbanization and also through climate change. So, we will focus on urban heat island, and why are we focusing on urban heat island here is because we are concerned with the human comfort or human or heat stress that is happening because of urban heat island. Because urban heat island has further many more impacts, but today we will focus on, because we are building for ourselves, we are building shelters for ourselves. So, how these buildings should be created, how sensitive it should be done, so that we can reduce the impact of urban heat island, and what are the different heat island which we should look into. So, there are urban heat islands which are surface heat islands and atmospheric urban heat islands. So, you can see this is the layer which we are considering as the atmospheric urban heat island. This is at the surface which we call it surface heat island, and canopy level urban heat island is this, where we are considering the building heights, the heights of the trees, and which is all considered under canopy urban heat island. And under this canopy under heat island again is related with the local level, micro scale level, and surface heat island again we have seen in Dr. Hamdi's presentation the surface air temperature that we are looking into at 2 meters, that is at human height. What is the air
surface air temperature that we are concerned with, because all this is actually leading to the heat stress or the change in thermal environment which is caused because of surface heat island and canopy layer urban heat island. So, if we look in this picture, we will understand that there are different urban heat islands, and every type of urban heat island has to be investigated in a different manner. So, there are different observation methods that we look for, and we will be looking into these observation methods in our future tutorials, what kind of observations has been done and which kind of observation are needed for what kind of urban heat island that we are investigating. So, when we talk about urban areas, it is majorly this canopy layer urban heat island which we are looking into or we are investigating, because this is what is changed because of our planning and design of our buildings, our areas, our zonation, etc. And surface heat island is again what kind of land surface it has or what kind of cover it has, which contributes to surface urban heat islands. Again, why we are looking into, because urbanization leads to rapid haphazard growth, it leads to certain kind of urban forms. It will lead into, because all areas are not same, this is our hypothesis that we are working on, that it is all heterogeneous in nature. So, all areas are not in similar type. Every particular type of urban form will have a particular thermal profile. It will have certain areas which are more vulnerable than the other areas, and what we are focusing on, what are those areas which are more heat stress, so that we can take adaptation measure to mitigate this heat stress. So, as I said before, we will be focusing on surface urban heat island and canopy layer, because this is what is actually modulating our thermal profile at urban built level, and this is the research domain that we are looking into right now. So, before starting, you can see this picture from Mumbai, and you can see, sorry, आप फिर से कर देंगे? Yeah, this is a typical picture of Mumbai which tells a lot of story about Mumbai, like the build form which is coming up, the new contemporary build form. This is the slum areas or low income group housing which is spreading all around, plus there is a certain kind of physical form which is already there in Mumbai. So, this is the physical features which are there. So, every area, we cannot say Bhopal is a particular type of thermal profile, Mumbai or Delhi, but there are within Mumbai also there are many changes, there are different forms, and these forms are heterogeneous in nature. When we call heterogeneous in nature, it means that within a small distance there are changes in urban form. So, it is very difficult to understand what kind of build form has what kind of feedback to heat island impact, or what kind of thermal environment or thermal profile it will give us. But to start investigating, we try to categorize these urban forms and understand what is the impact of a particular form to thermal stress or thermal profile of that area. So, if we look into the urban forms, these urban forms have a particular urban atmosphere. There is particular wind speed, wind direction. There are urban biosphere, that is trees, built environment, surface type, etc. There are hydrology which is existing. There are other lithosphere, maybe rocky, maybe soily, different types of soil, and a building system that exists or that we built here. So, in all there is an urban ecosystem that is formed because of all these components in the urban area, and these urban components are not static, but there are wind flowing, there is sun path, there are other processes, because this is just there are transportation, there are vehicle movement, there are also air conditioning. So, all have a very complex compound effect in an area. So, what we did was that we try to understand what are different forms and what are different temperatures and whether there is a variation between the forms or not. To do this, what we did was that we went to Mumbai, we selected those areas which are somehow homogeneous within a distance. So, 1 kilometer grid we have taken, and within 1 kilometer grid we have selected those areas which have a particular homogeneous form. What we did was that we use sensors, that is thermal sensing sensors like air temperature, humidity, etc. And then we wanted to understand what is the exposure level to at these different urban forms. So, with this hypothesis that different forms had different kind of thermal profile, first we started with understanding how Mumbai is and what are the different forms existing in Mumbai, and we were surprised to see that that you can see here that these are the built up areas, the orange ones, and these built up areas have very high slum population in all these wards, right. So, all the wards of Mumbai had almost 40% to more than 40% of slum population, and then what we selected, this was one level of study that we did at the city level, in which we have looked into the surface temperature, land surface temperature, and the other was an area we selected where again we found different types of forms. Okay. So, as you can see, this is a water body. There was a high rise apartments here. These black were these slum areas or low income housing or slum areas which were having a spread in this area, and then there were again these kind of housing which were slum rehabilitation authorities housing. So, they are called SRAs in Mumbai, and so we have taken this area because we could get all types of urban form within this 5 kilometer by 5 kilometer area. So, we started investigation in these areas. So, first level of investigation was the surface land surface temperatures, where we have first categorized into the formal housing areas and slum areas, because we wanted to differentiate and see whether these two urban forms have a different type of thermal profile, and we divided into grids, and we found that a land surface temperature is different in these two areas. You can this is the temperature grids, each grid is showing the LST which is presented in this area. And when we did Moran's eye analysis, we found, or scatter plots, we found that these areas, that is slum areas with different resolutions, because that is again a problem of what size of grid we should use. So, to understand the sensitivity, we did this Moran's eye, and then we found out that formal areas have and informal areas are like formal areas are concentrated in one area and informal areas are concentrated in one area, and there is LST, lagged LST. So, these areas have similar kind of land surface temperature. So, we could say that they are forming a particular form, urban form, which is significant. And again we did another bivariate Lisa analysis to understand whether there is a cluster formation between the form and temperature, and to validate this with a Moran's eye of 0.4, is showed very high condition in these areas where there are slums. And if you look into the Moran's-I value, if it is from 0 to 1 and if it is near 1, that means it is significant. And to validate this phenomena, we used our thermal cameras and we found that the temperature in these areas are much higher than the rooftop of formal areas, and thus this validated our hypothesis that two forms are very different. And this same research has been published in Environment and Urbanization. So, you can go through the whole paper and how the analysis was done. So, we try to do this partial association between form and LST in two different forms in an Mumbai area. Again, again when we use this area, now we had different forms and we wanted to investigate between different forms. We use this sensor module, and using this simple temperature sensors and relative humidity sensors we developed in our lab itself. And what we did was to have 2 to 3 types of sensors put in each type of urban form. So, you can see A, B, C, D. So, A was the high-rise apartments, Hiranandani area. This was B was the slum areas. Then C was the SRAs, that is Slum Rehabilitation Authority housing, and D was again the slum. This is slum areas, and this was again another type of housing, that is the government housing which was there in this area. So, we have installed these sensors and took a long term sensing for 8 days to understand how much variability was there in temperature and humidity in these areas. We are taking temperature and humidity because these are the simple parameters which can give us heat stress. So, this is how we have put the sensors in a pole, and we had to protect it from the radiation, and we have to install it at a height which is 1.5 or 2 meters from the ground, so that it can sense what a particular human thermal comfort is being assessed at. So, we have put up in these areas identified, and you can see from this picture, this is SRAs or slum rehabilitation housing, which is and you can see a very interesting picture where after the evening, like in other areas, like the sun comes up whole day, it heats up the area, heats up the land, and after 6 o'clock the temperature used to go down drastically. This is the phenomena everywhere, that after 6 the temperature goes down because there is no sun, no radiation, and the areas start cooling. Even if in our areas we see that okay, the cooling has started, but these were the areas, that is slum, the heat was trapped in these buildings, and this is the time where they could not stay indoors. They had to go out, they had to sit out, because that is what they felt, because inside they said andar itna suffocating hai, there is no air flow, and there was lot of air, hot air which is trapped in these housings. So, this was the phenomena that we saw in these slum rehabilitation authority areas. So, apart from the air temperature as well as relative humidity sensors, there were another types of sensors that we have used here, and these were globe temperature. So, globe temperature is for that we have used this instrument which was highly accurate, with having a resolution of 0.3 degrees centigrades, and because we wanted a high degree resolution or accuracy instrument, sensing instrument, because if you ask you what is the temperature difference between this and outside, how can, or within one area, so wherever you stay and in wherever you work, the temperature difference will be maximum how much in 2 areas? we will see 2 to 3 degrees in tree or shaded area maximum, but if it is all open areas, the temperature difference will not be more than 1 degree. So, it is very small difference that we can see from in one area to another area. So, we need that high resolution instruments to sense that variability. Okay. So, again it is very important that what kind of instrument we are using for sensing. So, we will do this practical tomorrow or day after tomorrow. So, see how much difference, we will go to Manet Institute and we will see how much difference is there in our academic campus area, within the campus area, in academic block, in residential area, near the water body, in the forest area. So, how much actual difference we are getting. And again, if we take the temperature here in our institute and if we go to take the temperature in say New Market area, Titi Nagar, where we have lot of emissions, we have vehicles, we will see there we will find a very large difference between this and that area, because there is again the emission, the heat being trapped and the other particulate matter which is adding to the heat. So, this we have used because we wanted to see the daytime temperatures also, because air temperature, relative humidity and wind speed, all these things are very important factors when we understand or we try to understand the thermal profile. But if we try to understand the radiation which we are getting in an area, we have to use globe temperature, because this is the property of a surface, how much radiation is being absorbed by a black body. So, that is the globe temperature where we use, and this is required when we see how much heat is there on the surface, then and how much variability is there between two areas, then we have to use globe temperature, that is Tg. So, using first type of sensors, because it is very difficult to take that high resolution sensor or the instrument to different places and to stand there and do the recording. It is more easier for us to install those wall mounted sensors. So, we have installed the wall mounted sensors in the different areas. You can see the 3 types of buildings where we have installed these sensors and we have left. So, we have to inform the police stations, we have to inform the society people, we have to inform the local people that we are putting up these sensors, because they should not misunderstood as some other thing and there should not be any vandalism or misuse of these sensors that we have put. So, we have to put it in a way that it is open enough, so that there is an airflow. So, it has to be protected enough, so that the radiation does not tamper the readings of air temperature and humidity. So, taking all care, we have installed this for a longer period, and then what we saw was, you can see this in high rise, the temperature used to go very high, but it used to drop to below 30 degrees. You can see during this time, evening time, when there was, and then it started rising in 2 o'clock, right. And but there was some time in the evening when then it started dropping. But in this is mid-rise SRA housing, where the temperature did not go up because it was all shaded, but it did not come down for a longer period or during the day. This is the whole day, and again it started increasing. So, this they did not have, the window of comfort was very less in these areas. And if you look into the low rise informal housing, it did not go up, but it also came down and then again it started rising. So, there was because there was some kind of airflow which was happening and it did not have the temperature also did not rises to beyond a limit. But these were the areas or these the SRAs, the mid-rise compact housing, where the temperature could not go down and there was heat stress that was found. So, otherwise Mumbai is does not have very high heat, but still there was lot of heat stress. Why heat stress? Because relative humidity was very high. So, there are two parameters we are looking into, temperature and humidity. So, it is not only the temperature, but also the wind flow which acts a very important factor when we talk about heat stress. It is recorded, right? Okay. So, this was a good evidence for us to say that 3 different forms have a different types of heat stress thermal profile, and we need to now design buildings in a way taking care of what kind of build. So, we can see the heights are different, the distance between the buildings are different, the spread is different. So, there are many things which takes into play when we talk about the thermal profile. But this was one study that we did. But to further understand the physiological PET or physiological equivalent temperature, again we looked into the different forms that we have taken, and this was again an index which tells us whether what is the comfort level for human at a particular in a particular area, and here we have used this TMRT, that is being calculated using globe temperature, and we can see the variability in these areas. So, earlier it was just air and relative humidity, then again we wanted to look into the globe temperature and see how much variability was there in all the 5 urban forms. And again the point here is, even if the temperature is high, it matters more how much exposure we are having to that heat. So, to uncomfortable conditions. So, one, it is the intensity, and the second is the exposure of heat stress environment at a particular location. So, that again we saw in SRAs, the exposure level was much higher in these areas. So, this is simple again index that we calculated or formulated. This is, you will not find anywhere in any city studies, but you can find in one of the papers have shown this graph. So, I will just quickly say it is very important to see the temperature rise and how it is coming down. So, in various other places we see that temperature rises and it comes down around 6 o'clock in the evening, the temperature come down. But if there are many areas where the change of temperature is later, very late, it happens late and it does not goes down to a limit to give comfort. So, then again the time plays a very important time factor, and this we are talking about the diurnal changes that happens in an area. So, again there is another aspect that we are looking into, how a place is getting heated and how much it is cooling down. So, this is the cooling index that we have calculated. So, looking into all these factors again, then we thought that was Mumbai study, and we wanted to look into other aspects also. So, we have now understood that urban form has a different characteristics, different thermal profile. Then we came down to Bhopal, and then we tried to see how a particular what can we do as a planner. So, what we did was we calculated the thermal load components in an area. This is a study that we have initiated in Bhopal. We are still working on it, but this is the framework that we have started with. This is already a published paper in 2023, and it looks into, like, this is the common simple framework of the research that we are doing. We calculate the thermal load components in an area and thermal cooling factors in an area. So, we are calculating the thermal load assessment and cooling potential assessment of a place, of an area, and then we created an urban climate sensitivity map. We identified the sensitive zones, and then what should be the recommendation for future planning of our area. So, now we are having a draft master plan coming off. There is a draft master plan, the master plan coming off Bhopal, and if we consider all these factors, probably we will be able to do a justice to the research which is going on, and what as a guideline, as a bylaws we should be looking into to make it a climate sensitive master plan. So, this is a proposal, or this is the idea that we have for Bhopal. Like what we should be doing is to calculate the thermal load. So, we using these parameters we try to understand what is the thermal load, and then using build index, NDVI, NDVI. So, there are certain factors which, as I said, that increases the thermal load. There are factors which are cooling factors, which reduces the thermal load or cooling. So, when we have a combination or balance of the two, we will be able to have a sensitive design. So, why we are saying so? Because any area will not have only buildings. It will, so for example, a building will increase the thermal load and vegetation will reduce the thermal load. So, it will have a cooling effect. So, what is that right percentage? What is that percentage that we should look into when we are planning the cities? So, that is the research, that is the question that we have in mind. So, some areas will have a higher FSI. So, if it is in higher FSI, what is that percentage of vegetation we should have? What kind of material we should use? So, there are different variables that we are looking into, which will help us to design a climate sensitive urban form, which will be suitable for that area. And when I am saying area, it is because this area which is closer to lake may have a very different kind of form, and this area which is far from lake may have a different form. Why? Because of water body, there could be some kind of urban cooling of the air which can happen, and then the wind direction. So, wind direction also plays an important role. So, all areas are not same. We cannot have a one common fit size for the whole area. So, urban form can have a variability, and we can some areas will be closer to water, some areas will be closer to national park, but some areas are rocky in strata, some areas are may need a this old area, Bhopal area has already been an heritage core of, so we cannot change much. So, what can we do in this core area? We cannot dismantle those buildings because it has a heritage value. But what about those fringe areas where the new development is happening? So, what is that form that we should have? What is the FSI we should have? What are the building bylaws? What are the vegetation or greening bylaws we should have, so that we can sensitively design these areas? So, that is what we should.
In case of Bhopal, there are 3 urban forests which are located.
Yes, urban patches, the green patches we can call.
Yes. So, even locational aspects can
yes.
also be evaluated.
Yeah,
and in the planning, we can suggest the places which can be designed as a green spaces. Because forests तो हर जगह रहते हैं, but requirement कहाँ पर है urban areas में.
Exactly.
So, in geography we have little bit deal with that thing. So, that was in my mind कि हम vegetation के locations को भी decide
कर सकते हैं.
और वो government फिर plan करके
वो कैसे करेंगे? तो this is why this framework was, right? कि हमको ये तो देखना है कि what is adding to the thermal load, but where it is. So, question of where or spatial relation is also important. So, I have not shown this in my slides, but my PhD, my doctorate was on where, the geographical weighted regression I have employed. So, where, what kind of form should be there is being taken care. So, that is a published paper, the geographic, so you can search on my profile, you will find it is in Area Development and Policy Journal, International Journal. So, there I have dealt with the geography of the urban form. So, its distance from the, because in Mumbai I have again considered that area which has Powai Lake, which is closer to the areas. So, if a particular form is closer to Powai Lake, it will have a different kind of form, it should be having a different kind of form. If it is having a green patch nearby, it will have, because spatially also the impact will start decreasing. If it is a green area, nearby it will be a good thermal environment, but as you go far, that impact will start decreasing. So, that all has to be considered. So, there is smaller research which are needed for say water bodies, there are small area research which is needed to understand this decay effect because of a green patch on urban forms or thermal profile. So, there are many things which needs to be looked into, but this work has been done for Mumbai, we are trying to do for Bhopal now. So, yes. So, this way we could actually calculate the thermal load in the city of Bhopal and cooling potential of the city of Bhopal. So, cooling potential was based on the closeness to the water body, closeness to Sanjay Gandhi, Sanjay not the National Park, Vad Bihar. Sanjay Gandhi National Park was Mumbai. So, this way we came out with the urban climate sensitivity analysis map. So, urban sensitivity map tells us which grid has what kind of thermal load and cooling potential. So, we could categorize area into say high thermal load and low cooling potential. So, areas which have high thermal load and low cooling potential, there we recommend that no further residential area, industry areas or highly thermal load inducing form should not come. If the areas have low thermal load and high cooling potential, there we have possibility of having more buildings or inducing build areas. So, this was a basic analysis that we did and we categorized into zones and then came out with recommendations for our development control regulations for this for Bhopal area. So, these were the recommendations where we could see which are the areas which are probably suitable for future expansion in Bhopal. So, what are the potential development, which are the areas which should preserve and what are the looking into the wind direction and the form that we can envisage in a particular area. So, this was it, and now we are again going to another level of categorizing into local climate zones. Like local climate zones are again a particular type of classification which is done, which includes built, water body, green, percentage, and we can categorize whole Bhopal into different climate zones. And why we are calling local climate zone? Because each area has a different type of fractions of built, fractions of green, fractions of water. So, this I will be taking up in tomorrow's lecture. What are the climate zones and how should we go about understanding the climate zones and its contribution to heat island. So, one of my PhD scholars has worked into it and we will be showing this work on its relationship between climate zones and thermal profile on land surface temperatures. So, we have started work on it again, doing sensing and categorizing the area. Next we will be doing simulation analysis, and this is what was some kind of urban development policy variables that we can which can be contributed, which should be considered in our master planning process, which is not considered. One is FSI. So, structural form is now also considered in our master plans, but sky view factor or the openness between the buildings, as we have seen in SRAs, there were less of opening or open to sky areas. So, that is the geometric feature that we have to look. So, till now we are only talking about FSI, number of floors, build coverage, but we need to understand the sky view factor or openness to sky. Why? Because we need air movement, we need air flow, because then only we can reduce the heat stress. Baki sab jagah whatever can happen, only as human what we are concerned is heat stress, because that is the worrisome thing for us in future also. So, to reduce that heat stress we need openness, and that too also we do not need much of openness, because then the radiative heat will increase, but we need a balance of openness so that the air should flow and reduce the thermal or take the heated air away from that place. So, this is the sky view factor that we need to be considered. Again, the place, the geography, the geographical location, distance to ecosystem providers, whether it is water body or green. So, all these things needs to be added in the policy to consider a climate sensitive development.
I have a question.
Yeah.
We have to look at the sky view factor, but is there any thumb rule for deciding what can be the sky view factor we should consider?
There are now many research on this, and they have come out with a particular sky view factor which is suitable for an area. So, we in my studies also we could find that sky view factor ranges from 0 to 1. So, 1 means completely open and 0 means not open at all, no sky at all. And generally the spaces in local climate zone, we will discuss this. The sky view factor is again a very important parameter in categorizing and classifying the local climate zones. So, generally we have 0.2, 0.4, but then we have to, this should be, and there could not be a one common rule, because the meteorology or the weather condition of that place also plays an important. If it is very high heat, then we do not recommend high sky view factor, because if you look into Rajasthan, where there the buildings are densely packed, because they have a low sky view, because they need shading. It all depends upon the other variables also, like what is the height of the buildings. So, if the height of the buildings are more, they will have a shading, then the sky view factor open is okay. But if it is very closer, so we have to look at the geometry of a place. So, we cannot say this is the appropriate or this is the one which should be followed. So, it will be variable from place to place, and if then we have to consider whether we are looking into surface heat island or whether we are looking into canopy urban heat island, because when we are talking about canopy urban heat island, which is related with the heat stress, then we need airflow, then we need openness. If we are talking about surface heat island, then the more surface is exposed, it will be heated. So, then we need a closer, less sky view factor, and it will be variable from one place to another as per the climate. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. I think so. He will continue with the another lecture. Okay. Please check outside if he is waiting there. So, there are a lot of work which has already been done on local climate zones for Bhopal also. I think there are published papers which you can look into. Two of the papers I have seen, one of my scholar paper is also there, and there are another from I think ST Bhopal has published one of the papers. So, these are the another basis of doing understanding climate and locality with respect to our areas.
Opposite climate study.
This is for opposite climate. अच्छा चाय है क्या अभी?
शायद अभी इंग्लिश बोल रहा था कि चाय है।
ओके, तब तक हम लोग सेटअप कर लेते हैं आपका प्रेजेंटेशन। सर फिर आप ट्यूटोरियल भी अभी लेंगे
अच्छा ये वो वाला है और ये ऑडियंस वाला है। अभी ये तो ऑनलाइन नहीं होगा ना?
नहीं ऑनलाइन होगा ही वाला आपका लेक्चर।
नहीं जो मैं अभी बोल रहा हूँ वो।
नहीं नहीं ये लगाना पड़ेगा, ये माइक वाला है, यूट्यूब पे जाएगा।
इसकी तो शायद मुझे ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। कोई है क्या बाहर और आने वाले हो तो? और कोई आएगा नीरज? मतलब अभी स्टार्ट होने से पहले रिपोर्ट हो जाएगा।
ये है ना चैनल पे तो चल रहा है जैसे स्टार्ट
ओके, अभी वैसे हाँ श्योर मैम। देव नहीं होगी जी जी।
He's coming here. He's in India in Clockmet.
ओके। लगाना पड़ेगा क्या?
समय अच्छा जाएगा।
यहाँ लगा दो। ये वो उनका नहीं है क्या, उस पब्लिक के लिए ही है क्या?
पब्लिक के लिए, उनके लिए आप ये
किसके लिए, जो ऑनलाइन है? ये इनके लिए कौन सा है? जरूरत नहीं है शायद इसकी।
तो ज़रूरत नहीं है, ज़रूरत नहीं, काफ़ी आ रही है, काफ़ी आ रही है।
अच्छा, वो रिकॉर्डिंग स्टार्ट कर। ओके ओके।
Very good afternoon, everyone. For our next session, we have Dr. Vikas Punia, Assistant Professor of Department of Civil Engineering, Mane, Bhopal, for our next session. So I request Surbi ma'am to kindly welcome sir. Thank you, ma'am. We are honored for excellence in water management. So we are honored to have you with us, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for introduction. So, I am Dr. Vikas Punia, Assistant Professor in the Center of Excellence in Water Management at Manit Bhopal, that is Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology Bhopal. And before starting my presentation, I would like to thank Dr. Surbi ma'am and Dr. Jyoti Swaroop ma'am for inviting me and giving this wonderful opportunity to present my research work in front of you. So, thank you the coordinators and convener of this program, this GIAN course. So, this is my presentation and the lecture for this GIAN course on this climate change and urbanization. And the topic of this presentation is advanced methodology for intensified flash drought and its impact on terrestrial ecosystem across Indian river basins. So, in this lecture I will not discuss about the traditional droughts which we know from lot of times, that is meteorological drought, hydrological drought or agricultural droughts. We know all these droughts for so long, more than 40, 50 or 100 years ago. And mostly we have heard a lot of news about these droughts. And these droughts are known as conventional droughts, like meteorological, hydrological or agricultural drought. But recently from last 5-7 years, we got a new terms related to this, that is a new type of drought, that is flash drought. Mostly we heard about flash flood, but before 5 years we have no keywords related to flash drought. But recently we discovered, some of the scientists discovered this new terminology related to drought, that is flash drought. So, we will discuss about this lecture, that is advanced methodology. So, in this we will discuss the flash drought and what the new definition we can propose. So, in this we have proposed a new definition for this flash drought. So, I will discuss all the things related to this. And this work has been carried out at ISC Bangalore and Purdue University, USA. So, I am acknowledging both the institutes because when I am at a postdoc fellow at Purdue University, I have carried out this work. So, I am acknowledging both ISC Bangalore and Purdue University, USA. So, before going deep into the flash drought condition, it is very mandatory that we need to understand what are the current situation or current status of extreme climatic conditions over India. So, if we talk about the floods, if we took the data or we can see the data set related to floods, what we found that more than 40 million people around the Indian subcontinent are affected by widespread flooding in last 2015, 16, 18 and 2019. Other than condition in India, what we found that India is witnessing consistent warmer seasons recently, and if we talk about the top 15 warmest year over India, we found that 11 out of these 15 warmest year are only from last 15 years, that is from 2007 to 2021. So, from this itself we can understand what is the warming situation over India in last 15 years, because 11 of the 15 warmest years are from only last 15 years. It means 11 years of last 15 years are the warmest years across India all time. If we talk about the heat wave condition, then we get to know that if we talk about only of the 2024, 56 heat related deaths and 25,000 heat strokes, we have reported the cases against these things in India from March to May. Only in the 3 months we have 56 deaths and 25,000 heat strokes only in the 3 months of this current year. So this is the situation of heat waves across India. Other than that, if we talk about the extreme precipitation or extreme rainfall condition, a study has been carried out in 2017 and they found that more than 3 times increase observed in the rainfall events or extreme events in the last 65 years from 1950 to 2015. So looking at all these data set, we can say that due to large population and due to high economic activities across India, India is at high level of risk of disasters. Either it can be disaster related to climate, related to geology or related to human induced disasters. So this is the reason why we need to understand what are the climatic conditions or extreme climatic conditions over India. Why we have carried out this study? So we know that due to greenhouse gas emissions and increasing CO2 concentration, it leads to change in the climatic conditions. And due to human influence, there is a change in land atmospheric interactions. And this combined effect of change in climatic conditions and change in land atmospheric interaction results in several impacts, like change in magnitude of precipitation, like decrease in the precipitation, increase in increase in temperature, decrease in relative humidity, soil water deficit or depletion of groundwater levels. And all these impacts will result in various possible extreme events like floods, extreme rainfall, droughts, atmospheric warming, heat waves, out of which my study is much more focused on droughts and specifically on the flash drought. I have find out all the droughts like meteorological, hydrological, soil moisture, vegetation drought. After that I found that during the drought condition there is a rapid decline in soil moisture, and this rapid decline in soil moisture leading to a new type of drought, that is flash drought. So let us understand what is flash drought. So recently we got a lot of news from different parts of India, different parts across the globe, that flash droughts are claimed as a new type of extreme weather event. Some of the study says that flash drought is new type of climate change effect. But the major thing which they found in one of the study which has been carried out at New England, that even the damp conditions are also hit by the flash drought. What we know from the drought, that mostly the droughts are hit by the in the arid or semi-arid regions. Mostly arid or semi-arid regions are more vulnerable to drought condition. But in this, what we found in the study, that some damp areas are also hit by the flash drought. Then some of the researchers also carried out future flash drought study, and they found that these future flash drought events are also increasing over the humid regions rather than arid or semi-arid region over the England. If we want to see the impact of flash drought, we are saying that it is an intensified flash drought and it is different from traditional drought. So how it is different? So if we want to visualize the effect of this flash drought, you can see the 2 photographs. These 2 photographs are taken by some research scholar in US in the time span of 41 days. The first photo is taken on 1st July of 2012 and second one taken on the 11th August. It means after 41 days. And we found, you can see the impact of the flash drought within 41 days. The condition of the greenery condition is converted into the red conditions due to flash drought within 41 days. This type of effect we can observe in simple traditional drought within 6 months or 12 months. And the same impact flash drought can give within 40 days. So this is the effect of flash drought. That's why it is suggested that we need to carry out more studies, and faster future forecasting of flash drought is required from all these studies we need to carry out. So let's introduce what is flash drought. So if we talk about India, India is one among the most vulnerable drought prone countries in the world, with at least one drought occur in every 3 years in the last 5 decades. But this statement is much more focused on traditional, or we can say conventional drought, like meteorological, hydrological or soil moisture drought. However, recent research revealed a new type of event or new type of extreme weather event which is termed as flash drought. And these are completely contrast to each other, because traditional drought are very slow growing climate phenomena. They can take few months, seasons, or sometimes they take full year in order to attain their maximum intensity or spatial extent. However, these flash drought are characterized by quick onset and rapid intensification. Quick onset means the onset or the initial stage of the start of the flash drought is very fast, and rapid intensification means the rate at which intensify at every single step is very high. Okay, that is why it is characterized by quick onset and rapid intensification, due to which it causes a quick reduction in soil moisture, and this rapid reduction in soil moisture gives you or leads to vegetation stress. So, in this study we have developed a definition for this, because we have several 2 or 3 definitions for the flash drought, but these definitions have a problem that they are region specific definition. They cannot be used across different climatic regions. So, what we have developed a new definition to define the flash drought, that is based on aridity index. So, this is the first time definition developed by us, and the second thing, for the very first time in India we have find out that flash drought impact on terrestrial ecosystem across Indian river basin, across different parts of India, was also investigated in this study. So, these are some of the data sets we have used in this study. So, first is the precipitation and second is the temperature, and both data we have taken from the IMD, India Meteorological Department. Since these data set at different resolution like 0.25 degree into 0.25 degree and 1 degree by 1 degree. Other than that, we need daily potential evaporation. In order to calculate aridity index, we must have daily potential evaporation. So, the best data source for this is GLEAM data, that is Global Land Evaporation Amsterdam model, and it is also available at 0.25 degree into 0.25 degree. Other than that, we need wind speed and relative humidity. So, wind speed we have taken from Princeton University, and relative humidity we have taken from NCP NCAR reanalysis data set. Other than that, we also need soil moisture data set. So, the problem with soil moisture data set that in India we do not have in situ or observed soil moisture data set. Like precipitation, we have some rain gauge stations set up by the IMD, but in case of soil moisture we do not have like that. So, what we have done in order to do the alternate option for the soil moisture data set, we have 2 options: either run the hydrological model like SWAT model or VIC, that is variable infiltration capacity, or second, we can take the soil moisture from different sources like European Space Agency Climate Change Initiative soil moisture combined data set, GLDS data set, ERA data set, modern ERA data set, or IMDA8 soil moisture data set. The last one is developed by IMD. This is India data source, that is Indian monsoon data assimilation and analysis version. This is also by the India, and if you are looking for any other data sets related to India, you can find the data source very easily at IMDAA. Other sources are on a global level and they provide different sources of data, not only the soil moisture, they will provide other data sources also. So, what we have done, we have taken different sources of the soil moisture data set, out of which we will select the best one. Initially, we will take all and we will think that all data sets are good, out of which we will find out the best one for our study area. Other than that, in this we have to find out the impact of flash drought on terrestrial ecosystem. For that, we need to have some indicator for terrestrial ecosystem. So, in this study I have taken GPP, that is a gross primary productivity as a terrestrial ecosystem indicator, and this data set has been taken from Modi's data set. The problem with this data set is that this data set is available at 8-day temporal resolution. Other than this data set, all the data set either available at hourly, 3 hourly or daily data sets. So, if data is hourly available, 3 hourly available, we can convert into daily. But if data is available at 8-day resolution, we cannot convert into 1 day or 2 day, because initially it is at 8 day. So, what we have done, we have converted all the above data set to the 8-day resolution. Why? We need to make the homogeneity in the data set, that all the data set should be at the same resolution, either it is spatial or temporal. So since they have different spatial resolution, so we have converted into same spatial resolution of 0.25 degree into 0.5 degree. Second thing, all the data set are converted to into 8-day resolution, so that temporal as well as spatial resolution are same. Without having same resolution either in spatial or temporal, you cannot use the data set. Next than that, this study has been carried out over 25 major river basins of the India. These major river basins are classified by India Varis 2014 classification. So this study has been carried out over Indus, Ganga, Brahmaputra, Barak, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, Subarnekha, Mahanadi, Penar, Mahi, Sabarmati and all. So these are some of the river basin, and the short form like BB is Brahmani and Baitarani basin, EFR, MGB is east flowing rivers between Mahanadi and Godavari basin and all you can see from this presentation itself. So this is the study area where we have done the work, and this is the methodology. So initially what we have done, we have collected the data set from 1981 to 2021, approximately 40-41 years we have taken the data set from the different sources which I have discussed earlier. Then we have computed the aridity index. So aridity index is a very simple computation. Simply you take the precipitation data and divide by potential evaporation. If you divide this, you will get aridity index. But this aridity index is not helpful for you to calculate the flash drought unless you will convert this aridity index into percentile values. Simple absolute value of aridity index will not help you to calculate flash drought. So if you are calculating the flash drought, first calculate the absolute value, convert into the percentiles. Once you convert the AI percentiles, then you can go for flash drought identification, in which I have 4 sub objectives. The first one is to find out the flash drought characteristics, like what is the frequency of flash drought, what is the maximum duration, what is the average duration, what is the severity of flash drought. The second thing is the intensification rate. At what rate flash drought are intensified? At what rate the flash drought are intensified? And the third is the triggers, or we can say in general terms drivers of flash drought. Means what are the variables which are causing the flash drought? And the second thing is, if flash drought occurs, so what is the hydrometeorological condition or behavior of the hydrometeorological condition during different stages of flash drought? Like before the flash drought, during the flash drought and after the flash drought, how our hydrometeorological behavior variables are behaving, like soil moisture, precipitation, temperature, vapor pressure deficit, how they are behaving during the flash drought. Then how our ecosystem is responding to flash drought, and how water use efficiency or underlying water use efficiency is responding to flash drought conditions. So here one important term I need to discuss. I think all of you know somewhat about water use efficiency. Everyone heard about water use efficiency. That is, if we have GPP data set, so GPP divided by evapotranspiration, we can simply calculate a water use efficiency, and it is not a new term. So everyone knows about that. But I have introduced a new term, that is underlying water use efficiency. What is this? Whenever we have a data set for the water use efficiency, or if we are calculating the water use efficiency at a very small time scale like daily or sub-daily time scales, then we must incorporate an important factor, that is vapor pressure deficit. And if we are calculating water use efficiency using vapor pressure deficit along with the water use efficiency formula, then that formula will convert it into underlying water use efficiency. Because whenever we are computing water use efficiency on an annual scale, you can simply use the traditional method. But if you are calculating this water use efficiency on a daily basis, on a sub-daily basis, on a weekly basis, then you have to include one important parameter, that is vapor pressure deficit, VPD. And if you are using that, then that water use efficiency is underlying water use efficiency. So once you have the aridity index, then you have to compute the aridity index percentile. Once you have aridity index percentile with you, then you can use this methodology to find out the flash drought. And please give some more focus on this slide, because this is all about the flash drought, how you can compute the flash drought. So what you have to do, you have to go for the 4 steps, and you have to check for all 4 steps. If all 4 steps are true, then only you can say that that particular event is a flash drought event, otherwise it is not a flash drought event. So what are the conditions? The first condition, that current aridity index percentile should be less than 50th percentile and prior should be greater than equal to 50th percentile. It means, for example, this is 50th percentile, so the aridity index value must come from above value to below value, from above 50 to below 50. If this condition is true, this is the first threshold condition, and if it is true, we can begin the flash drought identification and we can go for the second condition. If it is not true, we are not able to find out the flash drought. If it is true, we can go for the second condition where we need to check that the mean decline rate of aridity index percentile should be greater than equal to 5%. Means this is the significance, or this is the indicator of rapid intensification. Means at every single step, the decrease in aridity index must be greater than equal to 5%. The decrease should not be very small, the decrease should be very high. So this mean decline rate of aridity index percentile should be greater than equal to 5%. It means it is showing the high intensification or high rapid rate of intensification. If this mean decline rate is true, we can increase the time count until unless this condition gets false. Once this condition gets false, for example, after 2 or 3 time step, first time step is first one, second this is true for 3 times, so total time is 4. Once it is false, we will go for the third condition, that aridity index percentile should be less than 20th percentile. And if it is true, we can increase the time count until unless it is get false. For example, it is true for 2 times and then it falls. So total time is 5 or 6. Once 3 conditions get satisfied, we will go for the fourth and the final condition, then total drought duration should be greater than equal to 3 time steps. It means minimum these conditions should satisfy for 3 times minimum. If it is not, then we cannot say that is a flash drought event. If it is true, we can say that that particular event or that particular drought event is a flash drought event, otherwise it is not a flash drought event. Since we are saying 3 time step and 1 time step is 8 days, so 8 into 3 is 24 days. So minimum 24 days are required to happen flash drought. If we are saying that flash drought is happening in this particular region, so minimum it requires 24 days to happen. Some of the definitions take 5 days as a data set, so 5 into 3 is 15. So some of the definition related to flash drought on soil moisture are having a threshold of 15 days. So either 15 days or 24 days are the thresholds to have the flash drought required to happen. So this is the total methodology. In that we have 4 conditions and all 4 conditions should satisfy. Sir, no. Ma'am, we have developed this definition. Yes, ma'am.
So how did you came out with this criteria that it should be 3 times that we call it?
Okay, ma'am. So the first thing that we have taken 2 thresholds, 50% and 50 percentile and 20th percentile. The reason is that we have aridity index classification for so long, 58 years back, and from there itself we will get to know that if aridity index value is less than this, then it is arid region, or if it is less than this, this is semi-arid regions. So based on that, we have defined these 2 percentiles. Once we have the aridity index absolute value, we have converted absolute value into percentile values, and from there itself we have given these 2 thresholds. Once we get to know, then we need to define these 24 days. So from the literature review, we have some definition related to flash drought based on soil moisture. So there are 2 definitions. If they are taking 5 days data, pentad data sets at a time, they are defining 3 into 5, that is 15 days. Some of the definition related to soil moisture is 3 into 8, that is 24 days. From there itself we have taken 24 days. Since our data is at 8-day temporal resolution, so we cannot use 3 into 5. Because for the terrestrial ecosystem, I have used this data set, GPP, that is a gross primary productivity from the MODIs, and this is available at 8-day only. So we cannot use for 5 days. That's why we have taken 3 into 8, that is 24 days. Otherwise 15 days is also the threshold for this. Okay, so this is the flash drought methodology in which you have to check 4 conditions, and if all 4 conditions get satisfied, then only you can define the flash drought. Otherwise it is not, it can be a drought, but it cannot be flash drought. So let's discuss some of the results related to this. So, before going to results of flash drought, we need to understand the climatological characteristics across India, so that we can correlate which area is having highly sensitive to flash drought condition, which is having high precipitation, which is having low soil moisture condition and all. So, let us show the climatological and ecological characteristics of India. So, here I am showing the spatial distribution of annual mean precipitation, soil moisture, gross primary productivity, water use efficiency and underlying water use efficiency across India. And we can see from the graph itself that annual mean precipitation of India is ranging from 3000 from less than 100 mm per year to more than 3000 mm per year. So, this is the heterogeneity of India. In some parts we have high rainfall and in some parts we have very less rainfall. So, this is the spatial and temporal heterogeneity of India across different river basins in terms of precipitation and temperature. If we talk about soil moisture, you can see that mostly very dry soil conditions are happening or taking place across central and western India. If we talk about GPP, water use efficiency or underlying water use efficiency, we can observe that maximum gross primary productivity or water use efficiency is concentrated over northeast India or western Ghat, and minimum is happening over some parts of western India like Rajasthan. And why this is happening? Water use efficiency at northeast India or western Ghat is very high, because we know that these areas are covered with forests. However, if we talk about western India, in these parts we have very low productivity and very high demand of evapotranspiration. So, due to this, water use efficiency and GPP value are very less over western or central India. So, we got some idea about the precipitation and all about India. Let us go for the flash drought. So, here are the results for the flash drought. So, here in this figure I have shown the seasonal distribution of flash drought frequency over different river basins of India in the last 41 years. So, here I have taken 4 major seasons defined by IMD, that is winter season, pre-monsoon, monsoon and post-monsoon season. Winter season, pre-monsoon, monsoon and post-monsoon season are from Jan to Feb, March to May, June to September and October to December, and these are defined by IMD. You cannot define on your own. So, whatever defined by IMD, we have taken that. But the thing is, some of the flash drought events start in winter and terminating into pre-monsoon season. So, it is very confusing for us whether we take that event in winter season or pre-monsoon season. Some of are starting in pre-monsoon and terminating into monsoon season. So, what we have done, we have created for another season, that is a transition from one to another season, like transition from winter to pre-monsoon, pre-monsoon to monsoon, monsoon to post-monsoon or post-monsoon to winter season, so that we can incorporate all the events, not in only the 4 seasons, but we can include in all 8 seasons. So, from the results we found that during the monsoon season, majority part of the India is showing very low likelihood of flash drought events. In monsoon season, we don't have any problem related to flash drought, but highest flash drought frequency are observed in post monsoon season. You can see from the figure itself, the post monsoon is highly red, that is having frequency greater than equal to 12. So, the highest frequency is observed in post monsoon season, followed by the transition seasons. And why this flash drought is more in post monsoon season? Because in the post monsoon season or other than that, like March, May or transition seasons, because in that period we have long dry spells with negative precipitation anomalies, because in that seasons we don't have precipitation over India, and this long dry spells with negative precipitation anomalies causes rapid reduction in soil moisture, and this rapid reduction in soil moisture triggers the flash drought. Let us discuss the another part, that is flash drought intensification, means at what rate our flash drought is intensified. So, in our definition we have used 5% threshold, but in some part it is more than 10%, in some part it is more than 20% also. So, if it is more than 20%, obviously it will affect more than 4 times. So, we need to check what is the rate of intensification and where it is very high. So, what we found that this high intensification rate is more common in humid regions rather than semi-arid regions. As a researcher, if we are working on a drought, what we know? That mostly the arid or semi-arid regions are more vulnerable to drought conditions, like Western India, like Rajasthan. But here what we found, that high intensification rate is more in humid regions. We are not expecting these results. We are expecting opposite to this. So why this is happening? Because these results are happening because anthropogenic climate change. This climate change has altered the traditional climatic regions of India. And if we talk about the flash drought, we need to give more attention to these humid or semi-humid regions rather than addressing arid or semi-arid regions. And why we can say that why this Western India is not in this category? Because in Western India, like Rajasthan, they are more vulnerable, they are more prone to traditional droughts, year-longer droughts. They are not confined with small period, they are confined for seasons, they are confined for year-longer droughts. That's why here we have flash drought our humid regions rather than arid or semi-arid regions. Next, we will discuss what are the major drivers or major triggers of the flash drought. So, from the literature I got to know that there are some definition of flash drought which includes precipitation as a variable, some of the definition uses temperature as a variable, and some of them use soil moisture. So, what I have done, I have taken all three: precipitation, temperature and soil moisture. Because I don't have any idea that which one is the trigger of flash drought over India. So, I have taken all three: precipitation, temperature, soil moisture, and the combination like precipitation, soil moisture, precipitation, temperature, temperature, soil moisture, or the combination of all three, that is precipitation, temperature and soil moisture. We have no idea. We cannot say okay, the precipitation might be, the lack of precipitation can be the trigger of flash drought. No. So, we have taken individual triggers, combination of them and the combination of all three. And what we found from the results, that majority part of India, you can see that precipitation plus temperature both are acting as a major triggers. You cannot take individual triggers. Precipitation plus temperature are the major triggers across some parts of most part of the India. However, in some parts like Western Ghat and Northeast, you can see the individual effect of soil moisture and precipitation. It means if you are planning to give some policies, or if policy makers are making some policy related to flash drought, and if they are making for Northeast, they should think about that soil moisture is the major trigger. If they are making for the Western Ghat, then precipitation or lack of precipitation is the major trigger. Otherwise, other than these areas, majorly the precipitation plus temperature are the major triggers of flash drought. So, if you are going to conduct any study related to flash drought, you should consider precipitation and soil temperature as the major triggers of the flash drought. And if you are also developing any definition, you can use these two parameters. Then we have calculated the flash drought. Then we need to find out that during the flash drought, how our hydroclimatological variables are behaving, because this is the definition developed by us. So, we need to have some validation, otherwise might be our definition is wrong. So, what we do, once we calculated the flash drought, we will calibrate or we will validate our results with the variables, that is hydroclimatology variables like soil moisture, precipitation, temperature, vapor pressure deficit, how they are behaving during the flash drought. Yes. No ma'am, that parameters we are not considering, only the climatological variables we are taking. That thing we can include, but here in this study I am only including the climatological variables. Yeah, that can also, like altitude, everything can affect, because every single thing is affected by a lot of things. But we cannot take all the parameters at same time, but we can include in the future study, that is like slope or the shape of the basin and the altitude of that particular area, we can include that thing. Okay, so other than that, we need to understand whether, yes. Okay. Yeah, I have 3 conditions to find out. I will share the paper with you. In that I have given the stats, that if precipitation anomaly is less than 40% and temperature is like that, then precipitation is only the factor which affects the flash drought. Other than that, I have think that if precipitation is less than this and temperature is less than that, then precipitation plus temperature are the triggers. So I will show, I will later share the papers. These study have been published in 2 papers. I will share both.
I also had this doubt that why temperature is not significant in northeast as you said.
Okay, because ma'am, when we check the stats with that conditions, that anomaly is not less than that thresholds, and they are defined by literatures. So I have taken from the literature that if we are defining any flash drought condition based on the temperature, because we have definition for precipitation, temperature and soil moisture as a variable for the flash drought. So we have taken their definition. If they are defining lack of precipitation for the flash drought, what should be the condition for lack of precipitation? If they are defining a flash drought based on high temperature condition, what are their conditions? If these conditions satisfied, then we can say yes, this temperature can be a trigger for this. Different literatures across different parts of the globe. So because they have taken these 3 parameters, so I have taken all 3. Okay. Yes.
You were saying that it was surprising the regions with high humidity are also, you are calculating that there might be flash droughts. So like the literatures, so why didn't you go for transpiration instead of just evaporation?
Because the aridity index calculation or aridity index formula is potential precipitation by potential evaporation, and aridity index itself is widely used for to define the arid and semi-arid regions. That's why aridity index we can use. So whatever the formula aridity index have for so long for 50 years, we use directly that formula. After that we have calculated the percentiles. Before that we have not changed any definition. Whatever the formula for AI, that is aridity index, we have taken for that, and whatever the classification for arid, semi-arid and humid and semi-humid, we have taken directly from that formula. After that we have calculated the percentiles, and based on that we have defined this definition. Okay, so triple collocation. So in this approach we have used to find out the best soil moisture data set. So in India we don't have any in situ or observed soil moisture data set. So we have taken the soil moisture from different 5 sources that we have discussed earlier in the data set slide. So we have taken all the data sets from different sources, and we need to find out the best soil moisture data sets, because these data sets are from different models, and all the models have some uncertainty associated with them due to different model structure and different inputs. So I have applied this triple collocation approach. In that, what is the use of this triple collocation approach? That sometimes we directly use some of the data source directly for soil moisture, but we are not confident enough whether that data source is best for us or not. So in this triple collocation, what we do, we will take different sources of data set. For example, if you want to check the IMD data source for precipitation, you take different data sources for precipitation like IMD, ERA and different one, and then you make the triplets. You can see from all the figures, at every single row we have only 3 data set. That's why it is triplets. And in this triplet, for example, if you are taking the first row, you are taking 3 data set at a time, out of which you are not confident enough which one is the best one. So you are not claiming that IMDA is the best one or GLDS or MERA2. You are taking all 3 as a wrong data set. Might be any one of the correct, but you are not sure enough. So what you do, out of all 3, you will create an unknown truth. Against this unknown truth, you will calculate the RMSE and correlation coefficient value for all 3 data sets at the same time. So you are not treating any one of the data source as a perfectly observed truth. You are creating unknown truth from that triplet, and with the help of that unknown truth, you are finding out the RMSE value with IMDA, then GLDS, then MERA, then some other things. And finally, based on the best RMSE value and best correlation coefficient value, you will find out the best soil moisture data set for our study area. So from these results, what we found that GLDS and ERA data set are performing better as compared to other 3 data sources. But however, we have to take one. So we have taken GLDS data set because GLDS is performing slightly better than ERA data set, and some problem with ERA data set is that there are some missing data set in ERA. So due to that, we have taken the GLDS, and from here itself, whatever if we are taking soil moisture, that is from GLDS, not from other sources. So let's define whether the definition developed by us is validated by climatological variables or not. So we have to find out whether these climatological behavior, how they are behaving during different stages of flash drought. So we have defined 4 stages of flash drought. Means before the flash drought, that is onset minus 8 days, means before the start of the flash drought. Then onset and recovery of the flash drought, and finally the after the termination of flash drought. These are the 4 stages. So what we check, if we talk about the soil moisture, what we see that before the flash drought, soil moisture is across nearly approximately 50 percentile, means the soil moisture condition is well suited for the normal condition. There is no problem with the soil moisture condition. But once it enters into the flash drought condition, it declines from 50 percentile to 41 percentile. And if we talk about to the last stage of the flash drought, it is showing a quick transition to much drier condition, and from 50 percentile it reaches to 90th percentile. So this is the rapid reduction in the soil moisture, and this will cause flash drought. And after the termination, this soil moisture condition recovers very quickly and it reaches to 36 percentile. So if we talk about our definition is highly validated by soil moisture condition, that during the flash drought the soil moisture condition is very less, from 50 to 90th percentile, and after the termination it reaches, it recovers very quickly and reaches to 36 percentile. If we talk about the precipitation or temperature condition, you can see that if we talk about the during the flash drought, the precipitation condition, the precipitation value are very less, shown by the red graphs, and before and after the anomaly or standardized anomaly of precipitation are green. It means before and after precipitation is very high, but during the flash drought it is very less. Similarly with the temperature condition, that during the flash drought the temperature condition are very high, vapor pressure deficit condition are very high, but before and after it is very less. So if we talk about these hydrometeorological conditions, we are sure enough that our definition is correct, because soil moisture is also behaving in a similar way, precipitation also behave in a similar way, and temperature also behave in a similar way, and these are the major triggers of flash drought. So all are behaving in a best suited possible way. So we can say yes, our definition is correct. Then the last part is ecosystem response, that how our ecosystem is responding to flash drought. For that I have taken 2 parameters to find out whether our ecosystem is responding to flash drought or not. The first one is response frequency and second one is response time. Means how frequently our ecosystem is responding and after how much time our ecosystem is responding. For example, in some part of India flash drought is happening and there is no effect on ecosystem, then response frequency is 0 and response time is very high. So there is no problem, our ecosystem is highly resilient and there is no response from our ecosystem. But if our ecosystem is responding, it means that is very highly critical condition for that particular study area. So let's have results for that. So these are the results related to response of ecosystem. So first one is for response frequency and second for response time. So in case of response frequency, we are not able to get any substantial difference across different part of India. So we are not discussing that. But in case of response time, we found that some part of India like Northeast India or Indo-Gangetic plains are showing longer response time. And longer response time means our ecosystem is not affected for so long. And this longer response time is good for us because this longer response indicates the lower risk to the ecosystem. If we are showing response very quickly, then it means we are affected very easily. And if we are responding for after so much time, then it means we are still at lower risk and we are responding after very long period of time. But the problem is that we are not able to get when our ecosystem is responding or when our ecosystem is not responding. For that, we have calculated the response of water use efficiency and underlying water use efficiency to the flash drought. And here we have calculated for two conditions, onset season and recovery season. It means initial stage and final stage of flash drought. And what we found, there are two important findings in these results. The first one, that underlying water use efficiency values are always higher as compared to water use efficiency value. Why? Because in this we have included an important parameter, that is vapor pressure deficit. So that's why this value are always higher, and these are correct value whenever you are calculating the water use efficiency value at daily scale. Water use efficiency is not the correct, underlying water use efficiency is the correct formula whenever we are calculating water use efficiency at daily scale. If you are calculating at annual scale, then you can compute water use efficiency, no problem. Second important thing, that in case of onset stage, the water use efficiency values or underlying water use efficiency value, their magnitude are high, but this magnitude decreases in recovery stage. It means initially our ecosystem is not responding to flash drought. Initially we have high value, it means our ecosystem is showing high resilience to the flash drought. But this resilience or this adaptation to the flash drought condition decreases with increase in the flash drought duration. If the flash drought duration is more, this adaptation, this resilience power of ecosystem is decreasing with increase in flash drought durations. So based on these, we can conclude that aridity index can be used as an effective indicator to define the flash drought. So this definition you can use in the future for your studies if you want to define the flash drought or you want to work on the flash drought. The second thing, then high intensification rate of flash drought are more common in humid regions rather than semi-arid or arid regions. So whenever we are making some policy regarding to flash drought, in spite of droughts condition, then we need to give more focus on humid or semi-humid regions rather than arid regions. If we talk about the triggers of flash drought over India, the precipitation plus temperature are the major trigger across India except Western Ghats and Northeast India. And if we talk about the ecosystem response of India against the flash drought, we are highly responsive to flash drought, that is 97% of flash drought events are responded by our ecosystem. And other than that, from the last slide we got to know that our ecosystem is highly resilient to flash drought, but this adaptation or this resilience power is decreasing with increase in flash drought duration. So if flash drought duration is more, it is not good for our terrestrial ecosystem because our ecosystem is not resilient enough to handle the flash drought with high durations. Other than that, in this study we have used top 1 meter soil moisture data set. So after carrying out the whole study, I found that some of the plants have roots deeper than 1 meter. So it is a confusion for us whether this study is useful for that crop or not, because some plants have root deeper than 2 meter and we have taken the data of soil moisture up to 1 meter. So whether it is applicable for them or not. So I have carried out this study again for 2 meter soil moisture data set, and what I found that results are very similar to 2 meter or 1 meter, they both are same. So from this also we can suggest that you can use 1 meter top 1 meter soil moisture data set blindly, no problem with that, and that is applicable to 2 meter root joint soil moisture roots crops also. So based on these, we can say that these results are very helpful to policymakers to develop effective flash drought risk mitigation, reduction and mitigation strategies across Indian river basins. So these are two publications. The first one is in the Journal of Hydrology, that is terrestrial ecosystem response to flash drought over India. And the second one is spatio-temporal characteristics and triggers of flash drought across Indian river basin in India, that is in Journal of Hydrometeorology. So I will share both the papers with ma'am, so they will convey you. Okay, thank you. If you have any doubts, please let me know. Yes, ma'am. So, okay. So they are not asking for tea. Okay. हाँ देख हाँ हो रहा है. Okay, so second presentation is on multi-hazard disaster risk and resilience. That is a practical learning and step-by-step guide to improve the disaster resilience at city level. So if we are calculating the multi-hazard disasters at city level, so in this study what we have done, this we have done a project through the IIT Indore and NIDM, National Institute of Disaster Management. And in this what we have done, that in this study we have taken the 4 cities across India, and in this we are preparing the scorecards. First we will prepare the disaster risk scorecard. Means what is the risk scorecard of, like we are preparing the results for the student. So this is a scorecard for the cities based on the disaster risk and disaster resilience. Means what is the risk of the cities and how much resilience they have achieved, and if they are not resilient enough, then what is the risk on them. So in this we have taken the multi-hazards, disaster risk and the resilience, and based on that we have prepared a step-by-step guide to the collectors, to the administrations, so that they can improve their resilience power based on that step-by-step guide. In local terms we can say like similar like Hanuman Chalisa, we have given a small booklet of this pocket size, so that based on that a collector can view that, and based on that he or she can improve the resilience of the city. From there he can get to know in which part we are lagging behind, so what we can do in that particular aspect. So why we have done this on the city? Because we know that India is at high risk of disasters. So we have discussed lot of things in the before slide, also in the last presentation, and here I have discussed that we are highly vulnerable to heat wave events, earthquake events, and others different disasters. So let's discuss what is the disasters across Indian cities. So if we talk about this, more than 56% of Indian smart cities are also vulnerable. Right now we are giving lot of money from the government to the smart cities, and if we talk about the smart cities, more than 56% of Indian smart cities are vulnerable, and in recent decades itself we are having lot of flood events across different parts of India, like Jaipur 2012 and 20, Guwahati 10, 12, 14, Srinagar, Visakhapatnam, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Jamshedpur, etc. And these results or these disasters are causing lot of economic losses. If we talk about 2014 Vizag cyclone, it causes a loss of $20 billion. 2014 Jammu and Kashmir flood caused $1 billion loss, and 2015 Mumbai flood causes more than $100 million. So this is the problem with the Indian cities across different parts. So what is the problem in India? What are the problems in Indian smart cities also? So right now we don't have any scientific information database for all the disasters, and awareness among the people is also not there. No tool is there to find out or to measure the resilience level of city. For example, if we talk about Bhopal, we don't have knowledge regarding this, that how much resilient Bhopal is for a particular disaster. So we don't have any tool to measure that disaster risk management level at that city level, and there is no risk information conveying platform. For example, if there is an app, we will add the coordinates of the city, we will get to know the knowledge of that particular city. So there is no risk information conveying platform at city level. So it is very important to understand this thing. So in this study we will first we will calculate the risk, based on that we will calculate the risk, and based on that we will form a scorecard, that is a disaster risk scorecard. Other than that, second objective is to find out the disaster resilience scorecard. Initially we will prepare the scorecard related to disaster risk, and then we will prepare our scorecard related to disaster resilience, and finally based on that we will suggest something to administrations. At a city level? No, ma'am. We have some policy like Disaster Management Act 2005, National Disaster Management Policy 2009 and NDM Plan 2019. No scorecard is there, nothing. So on a city level we don't have. One study carried out by UNDP on a state level. But the problem is when we are getting the data set for resilience at a state level, states are not helping them at that particular level that they will prepare, because in the resilience part we have some questionnaires and they have to fill that questionnaires on the state level. No one is responding in that particular manners to them. That's why the study carried out at state level is not effective. So we have to go at a ground level or root zone level like city, then we can go for above level like.
There are other international work which is done at city level, city resilience plan and all those.
Yes ma'am, but not at India, but not India.
But it is being applied for Indian cities.
Ma'am, we have not seen as far as from our knowledge, and that's why we have pitched that project to an IDM and they have given us this project for this type of work. 2 years before. So here we have 4 cities, that is Guwahati, Jaipur, Visakhapatnam and Guwahati. So these are the 4 cities, and all 4 cities we have selected because they are smart cities. And another thing that Jaipur is a semi-arid region, Guwahati is high rainfall area. So these are contrast to each other. Other than that, if we talk about Guwahati, it is a hilly region and Jaipur is a plain region. And if we talk about Visakhapatnam, that is the peninsular part of peninsular India, and it is also a financial capital of Andhra Pradesh. So due to these reasons, we have selected cities from different parts of the India. So this is the methodology. So what we have done, we have prepared the disaster risk scorecard. So risk means risk is calculated as hazard into vulnerability into exposure. And for resilience, we don't have any formula. So what we have done, we have prepared a questionnaire, and that questionnaire is taken from this Ministry of Home Affairs and United Nations Development Program 2019. This is also a study carried out by UNDP and Ministry of Home Affairs in 2019 at a state level. So we have taken the questionnaire from them, and in that we have 7 generic indicators to show the resilience of city, and that 7 indicators are further subclassified into 10 indicators. So 7 into 10, 70. Based on these 70 indicators, they have prepared a questionnaire of 172 questions, and based on 172 questions, we have marked them out of hundreds, and that is scorecard out of 100. And in case of disaster risk scorecard, we have calculated hazard, then vulnerability, then exposure, and multiply 3 of them. So these are the indicators for disaster risk. So these are some of the hazard, these are vulnerability, and these are exposures. And they are also defined by UNDP, that is earthquake, landslide, avalanche, drought, urban flood, heat wave, cold wave, cyclone, tsunami, fire, forest fire, lightning, coastal erosion, and industrial hazard. And vulnerability is unsafe buildings, social infrastructure, physical infrastructure, net cropped area, livestock population, industries, vulnerable women, vulnerable children, aged people, disabled people, rural or urban people, or for deforestation and depletion of mangroves. And in case of exposure, we have taken only 2 parameters, that is exposure and population and GDP. So the problem is that all the parameters are not equally important. So what we have done, we have given the weightage, like this, that for earthquake we have given high weightage, drought we have given high weightage, flood we have given high weightage, then lightning, industrial hazard, coastal erosion, forest fire and fires, and tsunami, they have given the less weightage based on the UNDP. We have not suggested anything, whatever UNDP has suggested we have taken directly. Similar with the vulnerability and exposure. And these are some of the data sets we need to have. For example, in earthquake, we need to find out if we are taking Bhopal as a city. So the area in kilometer square in zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, zone 5. Similar for landslide, avalanche, drought, flood. There are different parameters we have to find out, and based on that we will fill this table from different sources. And once we have all the data set, then we will compute the drought hazard index, heat wave index, cold wave index, flood index, forest fire index, means hazard index for all the 14 hazards. Similarly, we will calculate the vulnerability index for all 4 cities for all the parameters. We have 13 parameters, so we have calculated like vulnerability index for poor peoples, child peoples, gender vulnerability, elder vulnerability, social infrastructure, physical infrastructure. So all we have calculated as vulnerability index. Then exposure index. In exposure we have taken only the city GDP and population. Then we multiply all 3, that is hazard, vulnerability and exposure, and we get then finally we get the composite hazard index, that is hazard risk index, that is consists of all three, that is vulnerability, exposure and hazard. So what we found from this, that maximum hazard index is found for Guwahati, followed by Srinagar, Visakhapatnam and Jaipur. So this is very important for us whenever we are going for the city level. Another than that, this is the disaster resilience part. So these are 7 major indicators for disaster resilience, and each indicator is further divided into 10 indicators. It means 7 into 10, that is 70 indicators. So we have to find out the data set related to all the indicators. So UNDP has prepared 172 questions on these 70 indicators. So we have, because we know from the Indian perspective that no one will fill this 172 questions from the India, because if we give that data set to or questionnaire to the administration collector office, they will say we don't have time to fill this such questions. So we have compromised in this situation, and after 172 questions we have made more generic, and 50-80 questions we have prepared, and out of that we have asked them to fill out. And we know that we cannot go for the subjective answers, because in subjective we cannot decide. So we have given the marks 0, 1, 2. If it is full condition is available 2, if you are not resilient enough in that particular disaster, then you put 0, and if you have achieved something, you can give you as a 1 mark, like that. So this is the disaster resilience. For example, if we talk about risk assessment, they have given these marks to them. Then this is the prevention and mitigation, risk governance, disaster preparedness, then further disaster response, risk relief and rehabilitation, and risk reconstructions. So based on that we got this result out of 100 marks. So from this we found that Visakhapatnam is having higher resilience power as compared to other cities. So we need to have more improvement. So from here we can find out, for example, Jaipur, they need to improve more on risk prevention and mitigation, risk governance, because their marks are very less as compared to Visakhapatnam and Guwahati and all. So this resilience thing is very important for the administration to decide in which aspect we have to work more in order to become more resilient. So conclusion, we can say that this report will give some idea about disaster assessment, disaster prevention, mitigation, governance, preparedness, response and reconstructions. And based on that, the policymaker from less resilient city can develop better plans and policies to increase the resilience of the city. Another thing, based on that we can develop the early warning system for the city. What is the situation in the next coming years, and the problem right now we are facing in India at city level, that we are not having higher risk means higher investment in these types of studies, means city are also lagging behind in risk investment. From the study what I found, that less than 1% of budget of total country of city is not used for this, and more than 80% of such allocation are spent on disaster response and relief, means whatever happen after that we are using that fund. If we are using that fund before the disaster, it can help us more and in better way, rather than using this budget in the disaster response and relief, just to apply before the disaster came to the city. So this is all about, because we have only 20 minutes. So thank you so much.
Any questions?
Okay.
So this project is completed?
Yes, ma'am.
So we can, so this was a composite index that you said.
Yes, ma'am.
So, but you have formulated
Disaster hazard 14. 14. So we have to calculate flood, we have to calculate heat wave, we have to calculate droughts independently for each city.
Index for each hazard.
Index for each hazard for each city.
4 cities you have selected.
Yes, ma'am. Right now we are planning for 100 smart cities, but it will take some time to compute.
It is very valuable, like you can do for all the
Smart.
also pre and post smart city also interventions.
Yes, ma'am. That we can. The major problem with this is that whenever we are going with the questionnaire to the administrations, they are not ready to fill this because they don't have this time to fill a long questionnaires of 172 questions.
So it has to be filled by administration?
Yes, because we cannot decide on by own because they have the data set related to these resilience levels and all, so they have to decide.
I think they don't have the data.
Yes, 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 yes. Because during that time I met to the collector of Jaipur, then I have meeting with the collector of Guwahati also. So initially they are not ready to fill, but anyhow they have filled after 2-3 months. So this is the problem.
So observations will not help?
This is the problem with this study because we are not sufficient enough that we can say that whatever the data filled by them is true or not. If they have given the wrong marks, they can do.
They are not keeping the database, then also it is not resilient.
Yes, and second thing, if they want to fill anything wrong, if they are don't have that part out of which they have to give 0 because they don't have that facility, but if they want to give 2, we cannot do anything because that is from their own part.
They are from administration.
Okay, okay, okay. हाँ इम्पैक्ट है कि ज़्यादा कौन सा अक्कर होता है, जैसे अगर सिटी लेवल पे बात करें तो एवलांच कभी नहीं होता हमारे यहाँ पे। एवलांच तो सिर्फ वहाँ होगा जहाँ जैसे कि हिली एरियाज़ हैं जहाँ स्नो वगैरह है, ऐसा लैंडस्लाइड सिटी में होना बहुत कम चांसेस हैं। तो बेस्ड ऑन दैट डिफरेंट UNDP ने फ्रॉम लिटरेचर रिव्यूज़ उन्होंने डिसाइड किया है, तो उसी को हमने डायरेक्टली ले लिया विदाउट एनी क्वेश्चन। UNDP. If you want to change, then you must have some reason for that. Otherwise, whatever UNDP has taken, we have taken that.
Because it could be different from city to city also, the weightages.
Yes, madam, that can vary. But it will not vary too much because anyhow we are doing the normalizations for making the scorecards. So it will not affect too much, but it can affect.
So this is there in public domain, your report and all?
Yes, ma'am. Public domain. We have published Mayor's Handbook, Collector's Handbook, that also on the public domain. That step-by-step guide is there.
It is an NIDM website?
Yeah, an IDM website.
So we'll go through that. That will be a good start of work.
Yes, ma'am.
Which can be done for other cities and for hazard.
Yes, ma'am. The thing is that in this we have to calculate for all hazards. Even PhD students in their PhDs, they calculate floods. Some of them calculates drought. Some of them calculate heat waves. Here you have to calculate floods, drought, heat wave, cold wave, lightning, every single thing. So that is the problem. Okay, thank you.